Tropicana gets its roof torn off, Tropicana Stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays play in. And if you look into it, Tropicana orange juice was created in 1947 at the same time the U.S. military did their first ever experiment on a hurricane. You guys look it up, 1947, first experiment on a hurricane. Bradenton, Florida is where Tropicana orange juice was created. In Bradenton. So you just happen to have Anderson.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
Fuck yeah. There's another short rap.
You deserve that, wrestler.
It's true. You do this.
It's damn near like a rite of passage in this. Oh my god, it's working.
Mandy says that Dolly drifts harder than me. This is fucking unacceptable.
Get cold out, bitch. You don't drift enough.
I really haven't been grifting hard enough. You guys, I just found out I have cancer.
Bank account cancer?
Got cancer in your pee-pee?
You have cancer.
All right, but seriously, donate some fucking money. It's just because I might have cancer and just not know about it.
And to be fair, that is untreated, unknown cancer is the worst type of cancer because it's untreated.
Right,
so I think
and unknown.
For untreated cancer people, get out your wallets, open your wallets, open your hearts.
I can't believe I have the worst type of cancer there is. This is tragic. I just need some money.
God is so the stillness is so gentle. The silence is powerful. See, because it's through the silence of our listening and our seeking that God reveals the wisdom. The wisdom is realized in the silence from within you. The silence within you is beyond the mind chatter, behind those gossiping and controlling voices that are always around, whether it's in your ears or around. There's voices and gossip and voices and words that want to control you, want to interrupt your peace, interrupt your silence. You choose what you allow.
You choose what you allow. How's everyone doing today? I'm sorry, I overslept and didn't know if I even wanted to stream today. So, I did decide to do a little stream today to announce tonight's stream that we will be doing Jackbox games. What's up, Ghostface? What's up, Zoomer? We're gonna do a Ghost Box game night stream tonight. For those of you who don't know what Jackbox is, there are several games, but it's mainly... What's up, Denny? It's
you
mainly...
receive what you allow, brother.
Exactly. I gotta learn from y'all because there's trying to figure out there's more truth from that. And I feel like I've had better streams that started listening to you, Flo, and Sasquatch about letting certain people up, you know? Yeah, it's funny for a little bit, but like having to deal with it in the long term, it's just, you know. But are you gonna do game night tonight?
Am I what?
Are you gonna be available for game night tonight?
Possibly. I sleep during the day and I haven't been to bed yet. It's like it's around my bedtime right now. And I have an appointment later on today. So as long as I'm not asleep and I'm not taking care of that bit of business, I am available.
Awesome. Well, I mean, if you do fall asleep or you taking care of business and you come in, Jackbox, you can just join like mid game, I think, or you'd have to wait until another round. But basically, it's those games where we tried to make people laugh as hard as possible. It's kind of like Cards Against Cards Against Humanity, except for you have to make the cards yourself, or the headline for the card itself. I like the surviving the internet, where you have to make a headline. Hold on, let me pull up a video so it can explain better, because it's fucking hilarious. The internet. Oh, let's see. Jackbox. This is going to be the launch of my two game nights going on. So cuz we are planning on what's up, African?
Yo.
We're planning on doing 2 game nights. I was thinking about Wednesday and Saturday. The Wednesday is going to be any game, and we're choosing Jackbox because it's the easiest to it's the easiest to organize for everybody right now. But it's going to be any multiplayer game that we can play online. Somebody's echoing bad.
Oh shit, it's probably me.
But we are. Hey, what's up, Gary? We're gonna play any multiplayer game that we can get organized, and it's gonna be awesome. It can be something like Jackbox, or it could be something like Project Zomboid. But it could even be another tabletop game other than D&D. Game night on Saturday is going to be strictly D&D, as long as we have a D&D campaign going. But the first one isn't even going to be a long-term campaign. It's going to be a one-shot, and it's going to be funny as hell.
You should just make it like some Saw type shit.
The thing is, Arkansas, King of Arkansas, he's going to be DMing, and he already has a bunch of DMs.
Scary.
Or not DMs, a bunch of one-shots that he wants to do.
Nice.
What's up, Lauren, Zoomer, Ghostface? How are you guys out there in La La Land? But yeah, so because I like the streaming that I do where it's open panel, and I don't mind doing that most of the time, right?
Yeah.
But I'm also trying to make videos where because in the Discord we were in, where we would play fucking not Subnautica. I will never play that game unless people pay me directly, because I am horrified of the ocean. That's why I never leave the fucking sub and Barotrauma.
Well, that's funny you said, because I'm going to the Navy, so I'm gonna be on the ocean, not in it.
You're gonna be down there. Hopefully not in it. You're gonna be down there looking at the oceans, be like, "Come your ass here, boy. You looking all sexy and pretty. You know you want to be David Jones locker. Look at these big old boobies under the water."
Check out my cruise missile.
MEPS did go well though. I just need my medical records, because I could have lied, because apparently I'm a fucking ghost. I could have lied to my recruiter, but I decided not to, because I was just told by everyone I talked to about this, just be fucking honest as you want to be, really. So I just said the one medical thing I had, my knee.
Workers, do you want the like what exactly are you wanting? Do you want the StreamYard link, or do you want you want the actual YouTube link? I got you. My bad. I had a brain fart there. Here you go. I send it in the chat. I think I sent it in the chat. If not, I will put it in the comment section. I'm not exactly sure how to use Twitter. So I'll put both the StreamYard and the YouTube chat in the yeah. And
old man, Unk.
suck me. All right, calm down.
You have to pay $8 a month to be able to stream to X, or what?
I'm streaming on Bumpkins, and apparently he does. Yes, so I figured it out. So that is a chat window when you click on it. Yeah, Bumpkins said that you have to. He said that you do have to be verified, and it is like the $8 a month. So, apparently. But so I mean, today's just an announcement. And for those of you who don't know what Jackbox is, I'm looking for an example video because like surviving the internet, I think is my favorite game, and this is the yeah, this is my favorite one of the Jackbox games. But we're gonna be doing multiple on the game night tonight. So, by the way, the news has been very slow. There was the NATO summit. They agreed to boost spending like they always agree to do, but never do. So, really, just kind of a nothing burger. So this is mainly just a stream for announcements, like logistics, I guess, during the stream. But here's an example of what we'll be doing during game night tonight. And that is at 11 o'clock, by the way, 11 Eastern Standard Time.
Guys, weren't we all tagged in a spam ad for sunglasses or something? Get on your boards because we're about to surf the net. Hi, I'm Todd. That's with 2 D's, so keep an eye out for my...
By the way, it looks cheesy as fuck. That's part of the gimmick in Jackbox, but they can be hilarious. It's almost like Cards Against Humanity. What's up, Garion? Why don't you hop up here, buddy? Yes, Lauren, a submarine is different. That's horrifying. But whenever I talked about the submarine, I am not a submariner. I was talking about Barotrauma because he is part of the Discord server where we play online games. And I will be shilling to the Discord server before the end, so don't you guys worry. And I figured out how to comment on the Twitter video, on the Twitter, so I can be in the comment section with you, ladies and gentlemen.
friend request. If you need a crash course on how to play, check out this tutorial.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Partyboy7 here to teach you how to play Survive the Internet. So in each round, you'll get a prompt on your device. Go ahead and answer it. Those responses will then be sent to another player. The objective is to twist these words in the most ridiculous way possible. So if my friend Paul said selfie sticks are, quote, super dumb, then I would take him out of context. Say we're on a news site. Their super dumb would be an outrageous comment to what headline? Oh.
By the way, it does not show you what player it does what headline. Like you go in completely blind onto who you're commenting on, so you cannot play to the individual.
I got it. Everybody then votes on whose comment looks the most absurd. I get rewarded for writing the twist, and Paul gets some pity points for looking foolish. The person with the most points at the end of the game wins. Okay, that's it. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe. Please. I feel so empty inside.
Let's start things off at a social media site. So you should be seeing a prompt on your controller. There are no wrong answers, so just answer honestly. Another player's comment has been sent to your device. Twist their words in the funniest way possible. Well, here goes nothing.
Actually, I have a better example. Thank you, producer lady. This is an actual live us playing moment. This is an actual us. Vanta, what's up? Hit the StreamYard. This is an actual us playing Jackbox moment. Let me go to the place where we actually play the Survive the Internet one, because I feel like that's the funniest. Here we go. I hate the sound of my own voice.
Everyone,
Yeti. Lauren knows to not be upset about that big ass forehead. It's just so fucking
landing strip of a forehead. Okay,
Oh, all right, everyone. I have it. Can you put my stream on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the
Here
code
we
is
go. This is us playing
YO.
Survive the Internet.
And this is still through Jackbox TV, right?
Yeah. So same link. Just gotta also use your name that you use online, or at least pretty close to it, so we just know what you're talking about, because this is gonna be about putting insults on other people. So
I feel like me and Bumpkin are gonna get BTFO'd.
I think you could cook, honestly. I don't know about Bumpkin though. We'll see.
all right, I'm gonna let's give it like 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4,
13,
13, 14, 15, 25, 26, 27, 50 seconds, 30 seconds. Everyone's in. All right. If you didn't make it, you can still join to vote. So.
If you didn't make it, fuck.
All right, can y'all hear the
No
audio?
skill issue.
Nope, we had to reroute the audio. I figured this out on my own when I tried to stream games.
Okay,
yeah.
It should be fine if you have subtitles.
This is
I think I
Jackbox
have it on.
game, but
So
it's Survive
basically,
the Internet.
so guys, so the game is called Survive the Internet. Your goal is you're going to get a prompt, and you're trying to make the other person's words looks bad. So I'll explain it. I forgot to put on subtitles. So
Did you click did you click it to share audio?
I did it,
but let me try it again.
So here's the thing: sharing audio, you can't just click a button. You have to reroute it to the browser.
Okay, well, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay, then I'll get OBS in the future.
You don't need OBS. You just need to route the
All right,
audio.
so
to the
look
browser.
here. So for instance, for the first prompt, don't be funny. Just put like a legitimate answer, right? And then the next person tries to twist your words to make you look funny. It makes more sense once you play it. It's a little confusing, but
Yeah.
you'll get it. You'll get it.
You can all enter it.
All right, yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to hurt y'all's games. The name of this game is called Survive the Internet. Is this one? But all right. So social network, right? So for this first prompt, you're going to get sent to your device. Just put like a normal answer. Just answer the question truthfully, or at least get a little funny.
Okay.
It'll just be one prompt. You don't have to be funny. This is the first prompt. Don't be funny. Or I mean, you can be a little bit funny. That's fine. But like, don't.
Arkansas hates fun. Remember that.
Yeah,
It'll come up later.
This next round, we're gonna all be very funny, okay? And make the person look stupid.
Can't see anything.
You're trying to twist the person's words. So whatever you got, you're trying to twist it to make that person look bad. I also forgot to turn on the censoring, so hopefully that doesn't become an issue. But yeah,
if it does, I know how to edit in YouTube now. I'll show you how.
I appreciate it, Hank, because I do not know how to do that.
Yeah, I figured it out yesterday because someone Doom bombed me, so I just figured out how to put the little, what it goes, not censor parties to blur. It's not that hard.
It's a moment of truth. So,
oh my god!
Jeez Louise, dark. Turn there.
Oh my goodness.
Lauren exposed? I'm just kidding. All right, so now you vote for the one you think is the funniest.
All right, look, I'm gonna be honest. Lauren's was funnier, but fucking
Lauren
Yeti's
won
is
that
the
one, by the way.
Is this close second? Is the closest second? That is fucking wild to me.
So who gets points?
The
So-
person
Your mom.
who
So-
was actually responsible for the
So
prompt.
who wrote the first thing? The first prompt, you get like pity points.
No, Vanta,
But the
this
person
is
who wrote the funny thing, they get the most points.
No, Vanta, this is escaping the internet. You're trying to make the person who wrote the headline look foolish, and once you at the end it'll show you who wrote the headline.
Yeah. It's more succinct.
All right, so y'all will kind of get how the game works now. Sorry for it being confusing. I'll try to get the audio to work in the future. but-
Yeah,
We
using
get the point.
auto rerouting. I've there's probably a tutorial I could send you. I'll put it in the Discord. I know I
Who
do on
was
Linux.
responsible for the fucking concussion question? I want to know.
I don't know.
I put the thing about concussions. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Sorry, I had to submit everyone.
Who sailed the seas?
I'm sorry. Sorry, I had to submit everyone to singing. It took me a minute. No.
Ah, yes, the classic Diddy opening.
Oh, that's a good one, dude. Oh my god.
Damn, this is a good round. I don't even know.
This is really meta.
Dave Anal.
This is a good round. I don't know what to think.
Oh, this is crazy. They're all good.
Oh my goodness. This is
No, Lauren got robbed.
And
She should have got $400.
I'm doing cheeks this game, but these are so funny though.
Yeah,
I feel like Ernst Rum would have done better if this wasn't as.
Save Anal, the fucking liberals stole it. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, from good. They stole it from good Christians.
That's so good. I still have no idea what happened, but that was funny.
Well, the point, right, is the first player makes a headline, and then your point is to twist it and make it the most ridiculous headline on the face of the planet. So, we'll probably also be playing actual Cards Against Humanity. Exactly, it's all love, save anal. But like that's the gist of the game night tonight with Jack in the Box. Because I do want to play a couple rounds of Save the Internet. We've got a couple other Jackbox games. I keep calling them Jack in the Box. I don't know why. But I'm gonna post the link one more again in both chats for everybody if somebody wants to come up. If not, if nobody wants to come up, I have a video on how coins are made. That way we can be better coin clippers, you know? But I'm going to play this video out. If you join, give me a second. I'll play some of this video. I'm going to go grab a cigarette, so give me a second if you join.
Survived extremes during production that would destroy most objects. Furnaces hot enough to melt glass. Pressures that could flatten cars. These ancient feeling discs remain oddly essential for your daily life, from feeding parking meters and grabbing a cold Coke from vending machines. The strangest part, each penny costs more to make than what it's worth. It all starts here at the U.S. Mint with these giant metal coils stretching 1,500 feet, the length of 4 football fields. They come in different colors because the coins they'll be turned into have different metallic formulas. The coils are taken off the shelves and put onto these turbines, which uncoil them slowly and feed them into this pressing machine. There needs to be a human specialist nearby to finish that process, though. These sheets can be very stubborn. Fortunately, the pressing machine is powerful enough to handle them easily once they go in. The Mint describes it as something like a cookie cutter. It can pump out 14,000 of these blank coins every minute. The Mint workers know they're coming because
So, like, the amount of coins that they print, that shit kind of looks cool as hell to me. Am I alone there? Like, I don't know.
Not exactly.
machine makes this fun little noise as they get pumped out by the bucket load. But that's not the only thing it's pumping out. On the other side of the machine, these giant, oddly shaped metal pieces are piling up in equal.
Whenever they said by the bucket load, I just imagine some old granny there, like at the casinos, with her little bucket, holding the coin, catching the coin.
Imposing bins. There are even people raking them as if they were leaves falling off the trees.
That'll be $800, Mrs. Johnson.
And it will all be shredded and recycled. The blank discs have now taken shape, but the coins haven't reached their final size yet. They have the same thickness as a finished coin, but the diameter is slightly different. That will get taken care of later. For now, they're about to take a harsh journey through fire and very special.
Why did they compare a quarter to a penny there? I don't get it.
Water. The furnace gets prepared. Elsewhere, the tanks full of this unique, slippery water are ready. It's time for annealing, and it's one of the two most extreme parts of making a coin. It begins with a fire bath, so anyone nearby should make sure to keep a healthy distance. The annealing furnace heats the coins up to a staggering 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit, and yet they come out without a scratch on them. The coins go through this and look none the worse for wear because the annealing furnace has no oxygen inside it. Since there's no oxygen in there, the flames are carefully controlled, which prevents the coins from getting tarnished. But they're still not hot enough to melt most things they come in contact with. That's why these heated discs have to get a special water treatment immediately. This water is special for a reason. Water is only the base. Otherwise, the coins wouldn't look anything like the coins in millions of hands every second. Worse, they'd be stuck together permanently. That's why there are two other substances mixed in. The first is citric acid. This material comes from citrus fruits like oranges or pineapples, but unfortunately, there's none of those to be found in the mint. The acid is already in powdered form by the time it gets there, and it loosens the dirt and grime on the coins, giving them that mint-fresh feel when they're done. But that's not all it's for. The citric acid has a second function. especially for the penny, since this coin is made of zinc with 2.5% copper on top. The acid removes copper oxide without dissolving the material itself. The result? That shiny penny that everyone knows, at least when it's fresh from the mint. No.
By the way, for those who caught Hornet's stream when they were talking about getting off the gold standard, I don't know if this is related, but like our pennies are supposed to be as pure copper as they can be and like be structurally sound without easy to break, because that's the value of our coinage. Like our coinage is basically worthless because it's not made of the precious metals it's supposed to be.
Guarantees after it's been in use for a while. In the here and now, there are also lubricants in the water to prevent the coins from getting stuck together when the heat from the furnace is quenched. Now that they're no longer hot, the coins are ready to be washed. But there are 2 U.S. Mint facilities, and each one has a unique way of doing this. If you stop by the Denver Mint, you'd see this huge scoop called a skip basket. It lifts the coins out of the slippery water and into the washing area. In Philadelphia, you see this whirl-away machine slowly turning around instead, but it has the same result. The coins now go through the washing area, where they're sent through this machine that restores the original color with a mixture of detergents and anti-tarnish agents. Once they're dried, it's time for the upsetting mill to get ready. Remember that part where the blank coins weren't in their finished size yet? That's what the upsetting process is all about. The coins now get sent into a groove that's slightly narrower than the current diameter. That's how the metal around the edge gets raised just a little.
They clip the coin. They pre-clip the coins. That's funny.
Yeah. To form a rim. And this isn't just for decoration. If something goes wrong and that rim isn't there, the coins won't be able to finish their journey. The coins leave the rim, and the mint workers have planchettes before them, hopefully. This is one of the most important parts of their job. Most of the coins the mint buys look like this, and they need to be inspected carefully to make sure that the rim is there and they're of the correct size specifications. This is the first line of defense against counterfeiting. An increasing number of counterfeit coins are being seized at American ports of entry as criminals hope to take advantage of amateur investors on the internet. A huge haul of $1.64 million in counterfeit coins and cash was found in Chicago in 2020 alone. If there aren't rigorous design standards in place, the mint would practically invite counterfeiters to seize the day. If everything is fine, wannabe pennies will be ready for the next phase right away. They get sent through this funnel. The other coins go through yet another cleaning process called burnishing. Workers place them in a drum with more cleaning agents and small metal pellets to make the surface smooth and polished. They're treated so lovingly that the mint's employees rinse and hand dry them with towels. That gentle touch won't last long, though. It's time for striking. The planchettes now.
All that work for me to just make it hail on strippers. That's crazy.
Come here to this striking machine, which will give the still blank coins the design that everyone knows so well. This is the other of the 2 most dramatic parts of the journey. The machine imprints both the heads and tail designs onto the coin at the same time, and it does so with enormous pressure. The familiar circulating coins get put through pressures ranging from 35 to 100 metric tons, depending on the denomination. But the press isn't limited to that. Collectibles like these America the Beautiful 5-ounce silver coins get to feel the force of a staggering 540 metric tons. The common coin,
otherwise known as 1 unit of your mother,
are struck once in this press. So are less common coins like half dollars and dollars. Proof coins like these American Eagles are struck at least 2 times. And there's a lot of this happening at once, because 750 coins can be struck in this way every minute. There are 63 presses in the Philadelphia.
It's also how many times your mother gets struck in a minute. I'm sorry, I'm being childish today.
Mint and another 54 in Denver. That means if you're in Philadelphia, 47,250 coins per minute are coming out of its presses working at full capacity, while Denver makes a slightly more modest 40,500. And wait.
Well, Lauren, it's because it's funny, right? So instead of giving them a bunch of crisp $1 bills, you go get a bunch of Susan B. Anthony coins and make it fucking hell. It's much funnier that way.
There's more. Each of the striking machines have solid metal collars that the planchettes fit into. The fit is made snug thanks to that slightly raised rim we saw earlier on the tour. This little attachment is a vital part of the process. Without this tool, the planchette would expand and flatten like a pancake under such enormous pressure. Before collars came around in 1828, coins were wider, which was a problem if you wanted to carry a lot of them around. You can thank the collar for making coins at least a little more convenient today. But the coin's metallic alloy didn't get watered down as they slimmed. The collars allowed them to get thicker, which is why those dimes and quarters you're carrying can be 8.33% nickel with the remainder of copper. It's been a very busy day, but at least the Mint's employees get to see these piles of finished coins roll off the conveyor belt and into a bin.
That man had the look of depression on his face, because like, this is more money than I will ever have in pennies alone. Working at the Mint has to be like the most depressing job, especially when you have to burn old currency.
Inspectors will look at them every so often to make sure there's no mistake in the struck design. If there is,
that guy looks shady as fuck. He's like, fuck, there's cameras here, so I can't just pocket a bunch of fucking quarters like I usually do.
This particular batch will get sent to coin purgatory, this machine called a waffler. The waffler bends the coins, making them look a little like a waffle. The scrap gets sent for recycling and sold off, sometimes in the form of collector's curiosities. Without such careful inspections done by hand, the Mint would be inviting counterfeiting again. The coins that do pass muster will be counted, weighed, and put into huge bags like this. These bags are so heavy when they're full, they can only be moved by forklift. The forklift then stacks the bags on yet more shelves, where they'll wait for the Federal Reserve to submit an order to the Mint. That could be a long time away. Pennies might not be on those shelves for much longer, though, so see them when you can. Bye for now.
So, fun fact, right? Like, I don't think we should ever get rid of the penny for the simple fact that we need to be able to spend money in that 0.01 decimal place. Did I lose you? Did you go to sleep, Dennison? Dennison has slept. Has gone slump. I got something special that we weren't able to review, and I'm gonna push TOS a little bit. Because I saw a friend who is a fucking weeb. He sent me a video, and he's like, you can review guns on stream because this VTuber does it, da. And there's a video that was interesting that I had pulled up for yesterday, and it's Kentucky Ballistics experimenting with black powder, and I do want to do a reaction to that. I want to get everybody to be able to see that. I own an unwaffler. It's a Hebrew invention. That is fucking evil. An unwaffler. Boy, if you want to hit the stream, you can. No small hat. Fingers allowed around the Mint. That's crazy. That's dirty work, yo. Let's review this Kentucky Ballistics video. If the stream gets hit, well, I guess no game night, but I'm gonna see what we can get away with today.
Are you sure these are okay? What's to worry about, Scott? I whipped those up special just for you. Well, you don't trust me or something?
For those of you who don't know, the reason he's worried about it is this guy literally shot a 50 BMG with a plus P round equivalent, and the fucking gun exploded and hit him in the fucking neck. And he basically is a badass who survived by jamming his thumb in his carotid artery, I guess.
Well, what'd you put in them? Got it out of some containers in my grandpa's basement. Okay. No, I can't do this, Scooter. Look, give it to me. Be my guest. I'll show you. They're perfectly fine, Scott. And I'm going to prove it to you. Watch this. Here we go.
I find that funny. Oh Lord! When in doubt, pour vodka or stick a thumb in it. Best advice. So true. But I love Kentucky. What'd you say, Tim?
I said, can't take you guys nowhere.
Nowhere.
Oh yeah, that's funky. I slather it on me, baby.
Kentucky ballistics. Yeah. And in the olden day, black powder used to be the main propellant when it came to firearms. Eventually, they developed smokeless powder, which burned much cleaner, was non-corrosive, and produced more energy. But my question for today's video is, what would happen?
Nice.
Okay, that was 20 rounds, and it ran flawlessly. So now I have another 20 rounds of 223, but these are loaded up with 27 grains of black powder. The AR-15 is a rather finicky platform sometimes, some very tight tolerances, so I don't expect this to run flawlessly. I'm going to go with 10 rounds, and then I think we shut down.
How many rounds do y'all think that it's going to get off? Do you think
on an AR?
Yeah.
And how much grain?
I think it's at 24 grains of smokeless.
Sheesh. I don't know. I feel like it's not even going to do one.
The powder was wet. So Zoomer says 2. I say 5. That's my lucky number. I say 5. Zoomer says 2. All right, do. Going on for another minute. Let everybody answer. Do. All right, let's roll that beautiful bean footage. Let's see.
Here we go. That's really cool.
King Rooster says 3. That's 2.
That's 3.
That's 3. 4. 5.
You just got jammed.
Nice.
I did not pre-watch this video, by the way. I swear. I just love guns. And, like, I
all the fucking smoke.
Yeah, no, dude. Black powder. When I was in school, right? We had a history buff teacher as our social studies teacher / history teacher. Funny enough, I know. And like, I am still amazed that he was able to do this, but he got permission to bring his, because we were doing the American Civil War and the American Revolutionary War clocks during the 6-week period that he was able to do this demonstration for his classes. But I mean, obviously he couldn't bring any actual balls, but he got permission to bring his musket and show us how to load it, how it was done. And like some of us even got to pull the trigger and just like shoot like a blank worth of musket powder out of the musket, and it was pretty fucking cool. But like it produces so much more smoke than this.
Yeah.
I will say, shooting black powder is really cool. You get like so much smoke, and it has a different sound to it. It really is a shame that it doesn't work well in modern firearms because I think they would look much cooler. All right, so that was 5 shots. Let's see what our malfunction is. Darn it. Oh.
I want to see where the AK goes. I'm gonna be real.
Try something different this time.
We're watching a black powder AK torture test, I guess, apparently.
Nope. We are seized up. It fired about as many times as the AR-15.
Tragic.
Oh.
I love an AK, by the way. They're my favorite.
You just got
So, Don?
2 rounds. Hold on. You just got jammed. Oh. Ah. Nope. We are seized up. It fired about as many times as the AR-15. Oh. That is seized up. Into the drum
Wow.
we go.
Yeah.
Whoa,
by the
what's
way,
in there?
For those of you who don't know, the reason that it's seized up is black powder burns a lot hotter than smokeless powder. So the bolt and the metal probably warped, and that's why it's like, no, I'm stuck. I get expanded, is what I'm saying.
All right, I'm moving now.
That's
I'll try
filthy
something
butthole
different
water.
this time. It seems
Yeah,
like
it does, Bill. It
these
does burn
rounds
dirty
are
as
getting
shit.
covered in soot, and then they get jammed up along with the bolt. So this time, let's dip our gun in water, and let's dip our mag in water, and get those rounds nice and.
So basically, you just have to invent an AK or an AR that is just like water cooled throughout the system and sprays a little bit of water to keep everything clean.
Wet. Now let's try. Okay. Here we go. You just got jammed.
Yeah. That is enough. That is enough of testing the YouTube gods, I guess. Well, Imperius did send me a gun video. I will check and see. Pantera. Yeah, I'm not gonna play a music video. The gun, but so now that I know that we can cover gun footage, that brings. Yes, you can fully submerge most weapons like that, but the AK will not give you any trouble for the most part. I full on dropped 2 guns into sand on accident when I was going to the sandbar to shoot. One was my AK and it shot flawlessly. The other was my 9mm pistol and it shot like 2 rounds before it jammed. So. What's Locksmith Jeremy? How you guys doing? This has honestly just been a stream to get out the message of the Jackbox game night tonight. I gave an example of that. If anybody wants to come up, they can. But if they don't want to, I'm probably going to end it pretty soon. Because again, like I said, this was only supposed to be a quick little announcement that we're doing a game night stream tonight. So, and I think that announcement's pretty much got out of there. So, you guys can hit the link. I guess we'll send it out on some body cam footage. Because that seems to be very fun for the audience. Let me get one pulled up here. Do y'all want to see Drunk women. Actually, no, I got the perfect one. You don't get the choice. She's hot. She's hot, so we'll put the hot chick on. We'll put the hot chick on screen.
I've never seen an officer touch my client's breasts. He made her turn and face the vehicle, asked her to spread her legs apart, then asked her to spread them further, and ran his hand in between her legs.
I don't think this lady in this video is drunk. That was like a particular drunk girl bitching because she got pulled over in the video.
This is a lawyer.
Yes. Yes, I will. If you want me to run the risk of playing the music video along with guns on stream, you're gonna have to send me some cashola for that one, buddy. If it was just a gun and not like a cover song for a band, yeah, I mean I'm willing to take risks and not be stupid.
On September 25th, Raleigh police officers approached a 26-year-old woman at a gas station on St. Mary Street, suspecting her of drunk driving. A simple DUI test escalated into an assault case when one of the officers violated her rights.
In court, but right now we need to move on to the standard field sobriety test, all right? And like I said, this is implied consent. When you got your driver's license, you signed a form saying that you consented to these
So
tests.
I can also wait until my lawyer's here to do any sort of field form.
No. You can refuse to do the test, but what's going to happen then is we're going to take you to a breathalyzer, and that'll do a breath analysis for your VAC.
So I went to.
And you're going to lose your license. The DMV will automatically, your license is automatically going to be
my
suspended 30 days.
He's not there. I'm getting gas.
Okay.
And now we have to do.
Like I said, these are standard field sobriety tests. If you're not impaired, you'll be able to drive out of here.
Yeah.
What's your name? Have you had anything to drink tonight?
Yeah.
Buddy is wringing his fucking hands like, I can't wait to touch you. I can't wait to touch you. Get over here.
I had one drink.
Okay, one drink is all right. Okay.
You got all them
All right. Are
fleshy
you willing to do
parts
any test
showing.
for us to make sure you're okay to drive?
That sports bra boobies. Some would say
You got all
the
them
best
fleshy
boobies.
parts showing. Got my authority rising.
Did he ask cop? He's like, I got the baby oil right here, baby.
Drive. Listen, I think you're gonna ace this test. We don't even have to do all three of them. I think you're gonna do.
What I want you to do is arch your back, put your legs apart. Now, grab your left ass cheek with one of your hands, and touch the tip of your nose with the other one.
He's just sitting here like, oh, come on, baby, just do one.
Do fine on the first
No,
one.
I promise. This is
But we
standard
won't know
field
until
sobriety
we drive,
test.
Okay, and so you don't have to do the test.
My friend's place.
Sure. Uh huh.
All right, I'm getting gas.
Yeah. So.
And then now I'm pulled over.
Yeah. So listen,
I mean, let's be honest. You could tell by the slur of the word, she's obviously drunk. Let's be completely fair.
Could be having a medical episode. Might be on medication.
I mean, either way, she should.
You need a basis. You need you need to hear what she sounds like all the time before you can determine if someone has a slur, like an additional one.
Fair enough. But that's my question. They should have immediately called a female officer to deal with this situation.
Hell no! You see, the girl isn't even wearing pants. A female cop's just gonna spoil the fun. We gotta sell some fresh fish here.
that officer already had
Fresh fish on the line.
explained that he had seen you basically jump 2 curbs.
Oh shit, she drunk as hell.
No, that's just the average woman driver, to be honest.
Lol.
No, but I can't get over the fact he's still rubbing his hands like a happy merchant. Look at him.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because he knows what's coming.
He's like, I'm about to feel the heat on that. I'm about to feel the heat off that thing.
Yeah. And I bet she been sitting in it all day. It's probably got a little bit of moist on it.
Call the amber lamps. Yo, what's up, Beasley? He's like, He's like, I bet she's been sitting on the heated seats all day.
I'm gonna need you to perform this field sobriety adjustment.
That to you, but we want you to be able to do the test so you can prove that you're okay to drive. Because
Look
right
at
now
him,
we
he's
have his
slurring
driving
too
history
now.
and an admission of drinking of alcohol, which is enough for us.
He's getting aggressively horny. That's his issue.
You gotta get out of that car.
We want
to get out of that car. Respect my authority, bitch.
make sure you're okay to drive. Does that make sense?
That's fine. I
All
get
right.
that.
Do you feel like
While
you're
you're over
okay?
there doing them tests,
willing to
I'm
do
gonna
it?
sniff your seat
Can you
real
step
quick,
out for us?
alright? Standard procedure.
I think you're going to be just fine.
Gotta make sure there ain't no crack on it.
I'm going to hold your door so it doesn't hit the gas. Just walk back over there for me.
Damn.
Then you're okay to drive.
Oh, she's okay. She might not be okay to drive, but she's okay to ride, if you know what I mean.
So you have glasses. You can go ahead and remove those.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Am I good?
Yeah, you go ahead and remove them.
Like,
All right.
woo, got him $1. Sorry.
All right. So I'm going to be checking.
Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. Am I the only one that caught that reference?
What?
She said got $1.
I can't hear anything right now. Damn, look at those titties. That's all I hear in my head.
Fair enough. She's like, you got $1? This is where Orthodox Guy will pull out a Susan B. Anthony coin and be like, you damn right, bitch. Bitch off her forehead at the
I'm gonna bounce it off that ass.
In your vision. So I'm going to be looking at what's called horizontal gaze.
Her face is blurred. What do you
Is there any
think?
medical reason that you...
I think
Butterface or better face?
See, that's the thing, right? I don't care because like the neck down is great.
have that would cause issues with your eyes, causing them to twitch or anything of that nature?
I mean, it's
They're so beautiful. I feel like I'm lost in them.
It's not related to the glass.
That's a misdemeanor.
Okay, so no medical reason. All right. So what I need you to do is stand with your feet together, hands down to your side. Okay.
Now
Have
bend
you
over and grab
look
your ankles.
at the tip of my finger and follow it with your eyes only. Do not move your
Just
head.
the
Do you
tip, though,
understand?
not the whole
Okay.
finger.
Follow the stimulus with your eyes only until the test is complete. Do not move your head. Do you understand?
Look at this nerd.
Continue to track the tip of my
You
finger.
see
with
this
your eyes
finger?
Only. Do not move your head.
This is the same finger that I'm going to be sniffing later after I frisk you.
You see this finger? I'm about to make
Yeah.
it here.
Yeah, he's just showing her the finger he's going to use. This is not part of the test. He's just like, see this finger?
Okay, so I can use that test. Relax for a moment.
I don't know. I feel like I'm like.
Do you want your glasses back?
That was the
You can
first
put
thing
them
I
on.
noticed. Her tattoos are hot.
Okay, so put your left foot on that line for me.
All right.
Put your right foot in front of your left foot so that the heel is touching your left toe. Put your hands down to your side.
I'm gonna go make my tea.
And do not move from this position until I tell you to do so, all
I'm
right?
not coordinated though.
I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate this for you now. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps, counting them out loud like so while you're looking down. Maybe you be in the starting
How much
position.
can you do it though?
So it'll look like this. 1, 2, 3. You're going to carry on all the way till 9. On the 9th step, you're going to keep that weight all the way on to 9. So you've hit 9, you completed the test. Do not stop the test until it's been
I didn't
completed.
see you do 9.
So, again,
did 3.
in summary, from the starting position, you're going to be looking down at your feet. You're going to keep your hands down to your side. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps. You're going to count them out loud, and you're not going to stop until the test is complete. Do you understand? Okay. You may begin the test when ready. So, get the starting position. Right. For the test, is that all you recall?
I'm asking, did I start from 1? I did 3.
I gave you the instructions at the beginning. Once you began, you were supposed to go.
So 9?
Was that what the instructions were?
They were.
Are you done with the test? All right. So I got one more field sobriety test for you, okay? This one's much more simple. What I'm going to have you do is stand with your feet together, hands down to your side again, all right? All right. Remain in that position until I've completed the test instructions and tell you to begin. Do you understand? All right. So this is the one leg stand. For this one, I'm going to have you raise 1 foot, either foot, approximately 6 inches off the ground, keeping that foot parallel to the ground and both legs straight. It's going to look like this. Once you have it up, you're going to count out loud like so. 1001, 1002, 1003, until I tell you to stop. You're going to keep your eyes on the elevated foot, both legs straight. Do you understand?
Yeah. Is this a sexual assault? Yes. I had no other opinion from the moment that I viewed it.
Okay. Maybe getting tested.
Yeah, boo. I don't give a fuck. Boo.
Are you up?
That was over 9.
Okay. All right, ma'am. So put your hands behind your back for me. So you're under arrest for driving while impaired. As I mentioned before, this test, our standard test, detect for sobriety for impairment. You showed impairment on all 3 tests. All right, listen. So what's going to happen
That's
now?
what
Have
I'm
you ever had
saying. He
DWI
sounds
before?
like a nerd.
You have? Okay. You're going to get an opportunity to blow into an instrument later.
He could not have explained that in worse terms. You're gonna get an opportunity to blow, ma'am. And that's gonna decide if you get to leave.
I recommend you take it.
That is fucking wild.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way, man.
Later. It's called intoxilizer. Okay. I'm going to explain all those instructions to you later. All right.
That's what I call
You are
my
gonna be
penis,
transported to
the
jail.
intoxilizer.
Fucking wild.
Do you need anything out of your car? Cell phone, wallet, keys, anything like that? We're going to park the car for you if that's okay. Over in a parking spot so you can get to it later. Is that fair?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you have your cell phone on you?
No.
Thanks for ruining my life, officer.
No. What'll happen is probably within hour and a half.
I'm saying I work at 3:30 tomorrow.
In the afternoon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I have no idea what a magistrate is going to say. You've been nothing but polite with us. We'll let the magistrate know that, and they take that into account.
No, the fuck they don't. They don't give a fuck if you're polite to cops. Be as rude as fucking possible to these people. Make their life hell.
Looking for. There ain't nothing in there. You already found all the LaCroix. Sorry. I should probably be more upset, but I'm not. This is not fun. I was like, gonna be like, hey, cool.
Hold on one second.
Okay.
So I do have to search your person as well. Do you have anything?
Remember
else
that
you gotta
finger
worry
I
about?
showed you earlier?
Nothing that's gonna poke a stick.
Here it comes.
Me.
Man, sucks.
He's like, where do I want to start? Oh, wow. Yeah, let's start here.
How does that work?
Look at that.
If they
You got
set
some
bail
contraband, ma'am.
Some contraband under here.
Then you have to call someone. Like I said, after you get done with the processing, you have access to a phone, and you'll see a magistrate.
I don't know.
Whoa, hello. And now what's he doing?
I have no idea.
Got anything in your pockets?
No, I don't have anything. I just would appreciate.
You got some weird
a chance
background
to Uber.
in the.
That's you had that chance when you left the bar. You don't have that chance anymore.
I get it.
Can you face the car?
Wow.
Step your feet apart for me.
What do you mean?
Step your feet apart for me. A little further.
But I need a squat.
You should be good. You want me to zip up your jacket for you?
I would love that because I'm feeling a little fucking open right now.
Just make sure.
I know we really do.
Yo!
So you can take a seat in the car while we figure out a place to park your vehicle, all right?
I appreciate it. You.
No, thank you for being polite with us. We have
I wish it was different.
After
He
some
really
clips
is
went
sniffing
viral
his
online,
finger.
the woman hired a lawyer and sued the creepy police officer.
Is this a sexual assault? Yes. I had no other opinion from the moment that I viewed it. He made her turn and face the vehicle, asked her to spread her legs apart, then asked her to spread them further, and ran his hand in between her legs.
After the lawyer filed a lawsuit against the police department, the police called it shameful and defended the officer's actions.
It was an allegation that came about from one of our local.
I mean, to be fair, I've been searched by a dude and searched the same exact way.
Yeah, it's just as illegal though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. I mean, getting a pat down is not fun unless you're a drunk woman, apparently.
Attorneys that spoke, in my opinion, rather egregiously about the actions of one of our officers as he conducted a search, a ballot search.
If you think only creepy officers use their power to abuse women, you're mistaken. Meet Rock Contardi, who put his hands...
There you go.
Oh, shit.
That was an example of a dude getting his junk searched.
Was his name Rock Contardi? So he's like Rock Hardy, sort of, if you cut out the middle. That's
Is
hilarious.
that Zev?
Yeah, that is Zev. Damn. All right, I was just about to end it, and then I saw you down there.
I just came to say hi. No, you don't
How
need
you
to.
doing, Zephyr?
Terrorist.
Well, since you're here, I will offer the people, because today's stream was just supposed to be an announcement for the game stream tonight, the Jackbox game stream tonight. If you guys would like an extension, we'll go the 2-hour route. The extension is $10 for 30 minutes, $15 for an hour. We'll go ahead and I'll give you guys. We'll watch this. We'll watch this video because this is what happened to me, man.
15 for an hour.
Yeah. I was being abused. I was also abused. I am this black man. This is actually my story.
inside another man's pants during a traffic stop.
I still think it was still tucked away, and I just couldn't feel it. If you really want to know the truth, but I wasn't trying to go any further than I did.
I think you went pretty far at making you aware
He's
of
just trying
that.
to get a good cop off the street, and you guys are entertaining it. At the end of the day, that's what it is.
Well, I have to entertain every complaint, and to be honest with
That's
you,
why I even told him to go and file
I
a
heard
complaint. But if you listen to the video, he consents to whatever I'm going to do. Just get it over with so I can leave. If you listen to it, just go ahead.
but that doesn't make it okay.
Okay. Even Sergeant Moon said this was going to be nothing.
Why would
So
he say
it's
that?
gonna be- I don't know. You ask him.
Okay. It's a fight for you to conduct that search. If it was more than marijuana.
How is that? I don't understand how using the blade of my hand.
Well, take the blade out. You stuck your hand in his private area,
Right, and I
search.
told you that's where they hide it.
That's a violation of your.
Okay, so I admit to a violation. I know what happened there because I was there, and you guys can look at the video all day long and say this and say that. I know what truly happened. Was
Right.
that justified? I feel like it was, and it may not meet the mold of the policy here, but I feel like it was, and I've made arrests, and I've found drugs. I found a lot of drugs doing that same method.
Do you know this gentleman could file a federal lawsuit against you?
Yes. Although I didn't smell weed last time too. I smell weed again. Oh no, I do now.
Oh, that's a bullshit go-to. Oh, I smell weed. Man, last time a cop said that to me, I said, "Motherfucker, I smoke crack." He did not find that as humorous as I did.
Much more pronounced. I'm telling you it is. Roll down the back. I'll do the back too. What do you think the back is? You gotta
Absolutely, Ryan. Hit the link, you butthead. We're gonna go for another 30 minutes, whether we get an extension or not. That is the extension period. Well, not 30 minutes, but however long this particular part of the video lasts. So if we get an extension or not, we're gonna at least watch this video. If we do get an extension, we'll go for however long people pay for. Now, do remember that this is an announcement for the game night we're having tonight. The game night is going to be 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be playing Jack in the Box, various games, but we're going to start off with Surviving the Internet because it's my favorite. Dude, feel free. I don't own jokes.
Keep your hands on the car. Keep your hands on the car.
That guy sounded a little bit like Denizen.
All right.
Poor guy.
The guy that was just talking.
Because you touched my. That's why. You grabbed my. What the fuck?
Not now.
You ain't got to do nothing. That ain't how you search nobody. You invader.
You an invader? Invader?
Man, I lost some goddamn mind, man.
You saying the cop sounds like me?
Yeah, he did, like very slightly for a minute.
Nah, see, Ryan, this is why I give you shit, especially about the police. The cop literally admitted in the beginning of the video to violating policy.
Yeah, what basic instructions are you talking about? They don't even see reality.
What about the girl who was obviously getting felt up by the creepy cop? Do you like...
They didn't even see the chick getting up in that trespass video. That she was getting up to leave. Like it never even happened. And then they did see that she refused to leave, which never happened. They just see and hear whatever they want to see and hear in order to make it okay for the cops to brutalize their fellow citizens. And you know why? Because they've got a big fucking fascist dick in their ass, and so they think everybody else should get fucked over too.
My dick's not in their ass. Wait, well, hold on, wait a minute. My dick's not in their ass. You can stop right there, sir.
Fascist. You're just a little bit megalomaniacal.
No, I am an actual National Socialist, Zephyr.
Yeah, that's different. It's not.
Fair. It is different.
Yeah, and you're pretty tolerant considering, like, I bet you wouldn't send me to a concentration camp, right?
I don't think so. I think those camps are only reserved for enemies of the state and people actively trying to do terrible things to the people of the nation.
Yeah,
but
well, not
then again, a fascist is like everybody who doesn't obey me is an enemy of the state. So
She's the leader of a terrorist cell, though.
Who?
I don't know about all that.
You?
My kitty cat?
Yeah, terrorist
No,
kitchen.
he's the leader of the cell, not me.
Nah, you made him. You trained him.
No, he does that all his own free will.
He's his Al Qaeda contacts.
He does speak English now, though. Well, he understands it. He doesn't speak it, but and he just ignores me.
And Arabic.
He is Arabic. My cousin had a German Shepherd that was a old German police dog that would like literally come to German commands, and I'm like, dude, your dog's a Nazi, bro.
There was a guy who trained his girlfriend's little schnauzer to like sit up like whenever he said Heil Hitler or something.
Oh, you're talking about Count Dankula, where he's like taught the pug to do the Roman.
Yeah.
Trouble, which was retarded.
After that, like, she took him to one of those shows on TV where you could go to court. That's pretty funny.
Yo, we got a complaint that you touched some dude's dick. Oh, yeah, I touched his dick. That's where they hide their ID.
That's hilarious.
More talk to you, right?
See, it's bad. It's bad because you don't even hate cops. I hate cops. Innocent. You don't even hate cops. You want them to be held accountable and have higher standards. You're more of a National Socialist than I am.
I just hate authority. I don't hate cops.
I don't. I try to step back from actively hating, but the police, Mm,
You should become God's strongest hater like I am.
What you put me in the car for? I'm not putting you in the car, man. I'm just trying to protect your privacy.
I wouldn't tell some. If someone accused me of saying I hate the police, I wouldn't argue against it.
Lauren, I had my ID by my dick all the time.
My ID by my dick all the time.
That's funny.
Oh shit.
Got any gloves on you? No, I don't.
I too, as a hello fellow woman, I too also put my wallet in my top drawer.
Don't you also like keep all of your alcohol in between your pussy lips? Because that's the first place I look whenever I arrest a chick for drunk driving.
Jesus Christ, Dennis.
He's kidding.
And listen, when you
I'm just saying.
I'm trying to protect your privacy while I molest you. That's basically what that cop said.
Man, real talk.
He got away with it too, if you recall. The police department stood behind him.
Okay.
They're supposed to wait for a police officer.
Okay. I got you.
Maybe this is a sign of equality finally coming to America. One chick gets groped, gets her labia groped, and it's not that big of a deal. This dude gets his junk yanked, and the cop gets fired.
I would like that happening so I could just sleep and not have to working for a long time.
Put your glove on, do what you got to do real quick, man. For real, man. You know what?
Take a seat.
I'm staying right here. You told me to stand. I'm going to stand right here. I ain't got time for this, man. This is crazy.
Put your glove on, do what you gotta do. That is a wild statement. This man has already felt your dick up. Don't invite yourself for further rape. He gonna be elbow deep in your ass, bro.
Man, grabbing on my shit for no reason. What search is that? Since when did they start that?
When did they start that?
Can you tell me that? When did they start that? Bro,
Wait, do all women keep their dick on the top drawer? That is wild.
Growing up on these streets, bro.
It don't matter where you
gonna
hide
hide your where you gonna hide your dope, bro. You gonna hide it right in your ball
Since
sack.
when have y'all started grabbing people?
It ain't about grabbing nobody. It's about hiding your shit.
It don't matter. But since when have you started grabbing people in their
Ain't nobody trying to do that.
Man, that's what he did.
If you want to go and complain, go complain.
That's what he did.
What is that, Zephyr?
Oh, it's I'm doing another word card, but I haven't put any words on it yet. I was gonna ask you guys what should I put on it. It's got to be something short enough to where it's like 3 words.
Oh, I have 3 words, but you're
Peace
not
is a lie.
See, or like something like this. See, this is one that I made.
I want you to make Bumpkin a special one. It's an inside joke, but I don't think you'll want to do that.
Well, what does it say? Because I mean, I've got some really inappropriate ones. Like
It's the lyrics from Kanye's song, the new one. And he
HH.
yeah, HHN, because he always send that shit to me, and I just want to outdo him one good time, so he'll fucking stop.
I need more.
What is that one?
This one says "Oops."
See, I really don't like that Kanye song, to be completely honest, but Bumpkin will message me all the time with it. And I want to outdo him one good time, so he'll stop.
It's got to be something better than that. I mean, because that's just dumb.
It's just dumb. I like that. I'm going to play some more of the video.
Nope.
Nope rope.
Yeah.
That's how we do it out here.
So.
That's how we do it out here.
I like that one.
That's funny.
I like this one the best. The whole point is, I am shutting.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
You should make one that says "I am complying" for when we watch these videos.
Complying. Oh.
Did you feel it or no?
No, I can't really get in there though, man, without going. They put it right, their nuts are up their ass. But I'm not 100% confident that it's there, so I'm not trying. I like to find something in here before we went that route. I mean, he's smart. He knows. Percent 10. Y'all need the wrong. It is, brother. Oh, it ain't, man. Okay. All right, listen. Your car doesn't really spell anything. I know it don't. It's a black and mild. Oh.
See, that's the thing too. They'll say that if you smoke tobacco, because people roll up weed in cigarillo wraps, they'll say that it smells like weed when it's literally just a cigar or tobacco, which is fucking annoying.
But it don't smell like. No, after we took you out and I put you over here, man.
I don't even smell like weed. I told you that from the get-go. It's a cigar.
We took you out and I put you over here, man.
I don't even
That's
smell
funny
like
because the one talking to him
It's a
about the
cigar
streets
right
was
in
a
my
black
door.
guy. That makes me
But you
laugh.
come grab all of my shit talking about it smell like weed, man.
Is it weed flavored?
What you mean? Go hit the
Is
cigar
it
yourself,
weed
man.
scented?
Go hit the cigar yourself, man. Ain't nothing in there, man.
All right, bro. As long as there ain't,
Damn.
then you just leave him with a ticket.
Is he undoing his
Man, listen, I'm telling you, my
Then
team is
go
not 13.
in here? Hold up,
He's
wait.
going in for another rub.
Wait a goddamn minute. Hold on, wait.
He couldn't find anything in the car, so he's going in for another rub-a-dub.
Bro, this man is undoing this dude's belt. I don't feel comfortable.
No, Ryan's okay with this. You gotta keep him in line. He should have followed instructions. He wouldn't be getting his dick stroked.
Ain't nothing in there. Probably some chambers on it. I don't know.
So low-key racist. Yeah, I mean, like, I won't really say that often, given my proclivities for the Holy 13. But this is definitely, there's a component to
You
this.
were in your car. I took you out of your car. Your car doesn't smell like weed.
I smell like
You smell
that. Don't
like
make no sense. No.
Back up a little bit.
No. What the hell are you doing?
Bro, I couldn't help but to be a smart ass, right? Like, you gonna finish the job? Like, when he was done, I'm like, hey, look, 2 more tugs and I'm there, bro. Come on now, finish the job. I would be such a smart ass right now. Like, I'm sorry for my incredibly small penis, but if you could finish the job, that'd be great.
Allowed to do all this, but my car don't smell like. But he's still searching me.
He ain't just searching you, bro. He's
What you
great.
doing? Ain't nothing in there. Why?
Yo, he's not doing it.
Man, listen, man.
Oh my god, bruh. And y'all are okay with the police doing this shit?
No.
No, I'm not. I know you're not, Zephyr. I know Dennison isn't. I'm talking to Chuck,
Ryan, Pumpkin.
Mayo Monkey. Like,
Yeah.
y'all fucking serious?
Yeah, they're okay with this. The way they see it, this could never happen to them.
If you ever see me doing this, it's happening to a willing chick at a party. That's crazy.
That's crazy, man.
Open that man's nut, cheese.
That's crazy, man.
It's funny because that was good timing.
Checking for girth.
I guess I am a fucking black guy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Why y'all in my shit, man? What the fuck is wrong with you? There ain't nothing there.
Shut your mouth, okay? I gotta search you to make.
Shut your mouth, you're making it awkward.
So stop.
Exactly. Come on, now. How you like that?
Anything in your ass?
Ain't nothing in there, man.
Yo, ain't no fucking way he's about to check this man's asshole.
Excuse me, sir.
Your ass?
Excuse me, sir. I need to check inside your asshole. I'm gonna have to check inside that asshole.
See, when I first heard this, right, I just assumed this was like a cop. Like, I'm gonna be real. I was okay with this at first. I thought this was just a dude bitching. Right? Because, like, in the very beginning, without any context, it's just a dude bitching, right? You know, you felt up under his nuts, which they do when they search you as a male officer to a dude. They do that. I've been searched. They pat your ass really good to make sure that there's nothing on there. Maybe I was just great too. I don't know. But the fact that this cop literally said anything in your ass, bro, I swear to God, I'm not gonna cry the next time I see I hear a certain piece of news, especially if it's from where these people are from.
You want to play tummy sticks?
Man, I hope your hands smell like too when you get done.
Reggie!
Go ahead. Your hands smell like.
Anything in your ass?
Ain't nothing in there, man. What the fuck is this, man? I hope your hands smell like too when you get done.
Bro, he's not even getting searched. She's getting full on raped at this point.
Go ahead. Stick your finger in there. That's right. Hope your hands smell like straight.
He stuck his finger in that man's ass.
Sir, I'm gonna need to check inside your asshole.
Bruh.
I'm gonna need to check that asshole.
This goes beyond probable cause. You've already searched the man's vehicle. You've given a pat down, like he stuck his finger in this man's ass.
You don't live in a police state though. That's silly talk.
Up until today, I actually did believe I would argue with you that we don't believe in a police state. But now that there are motherfuckers who tell me that I'm wrong for being a National Socialist that are okay with this shit going on.
This guy did not get charged with the damn thing. What the?
He got a cop's finger in his ass. Bruh. Shoot these motherfuckers. I'm not kidding with you. That's fucking crazy. This man is literally being raped on camera.
That's why I got the glove. Do me a favor, sit down.
That's why I got the glove. Yo, that's fucking dirty fucking work.
In here. So stop.
Exactly. Come on now. How you like that?
Anything in your ass?
Anything in your ass. I can't get over that.
It's awesome, isn't it? What's great is how casual he is. You know, he does this all the time.
I can't. Where the fuck are our pro cop people? I have to. Oh no! I'm finna call Bumpkin. Hold on. I have to have somebody justify this shit to me.
As soon as you get done. Really? Go ahead. Stick your finger in there. That's right. Hope your hands smell like straight ass.
That's why I got the glove. Do me a favor, sit down.
I kind of like this dude.
Kick your shoes off, kid.
I mean, he's rolling with it, you know?
Kick them off. Go ahead. Take it off. Kick your shoes off.
I would have been fucking cussing, dude. My mouth, you would have heard the foulest shit coming out of my mouth if this happened.
Yeah, oh god. Yeah, he just left his butt plug in there. All this can be done at jail. See, if that type of search is to be conducted, that's where it's supposed to happen, and they have to have like warrants and probable cause out the ass. No pun intended.
Out the ass? You mean in the ass?
He got tugged and probed.
That don't make no sense. Go ahead, take it off. There you go.
Now they're undressing him.
There you go. I'll take the other one off.
The only thing that can make this situation even worse for the police is if this particular black guy did not have a history of drugs.
No, he does. That's why they're fucking with him so hard. He's on probation.
That's why they think get away with it.
This don't make no sense.
If I remember correctly, it's been a few years since I saw this. But if I also remember correctly, they didn't find fuck all, and he literally was clean this day. Like, clean. Nothing to sell, nothing on him for personal use, no pipes or paraphernalia. They just were harassing an innocent man and raped him. That's it. That's all that happened today.
I really hope there's justice in this one. Like, I don't think people understand. Like this video, if there's nothing done about this, if he doesn't win a
The
settlement,
one cop got fired, and that's it. Not even any of the other cops got fired, and nobody got charged. And again, it's been a long time, so please verify these facts. I believe the cop already got a job somewhere else by the time the video came out.
Jesus fucking Christ. Nobody on this panel is ever allowed to justify policing to me again after this video.
You said my car smell like heat, now you say it don't. But then you dig all in my ass, grab my dick and shit. How that sound? That don't make no sense.
I'm doing my job.
You ain't doing your job, man. You ain't doing your job, man.
Yeah.
You ain't doing your job, man. You just illegally searched me. That's what you did.
There's no illegal search here. Sorry for the inconvenience, man.
You straight?
You raped this man. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. I know I stuck my finger in your ass, but you know, it's just the inconvenience.
It's all good, bro. Trust me.
Like I said, man.
Nah, it'd be funny. Like, you lucky I like that shit anyway.
Nothing personal. It's not you, man.
Whenever somebody asks
These other
me
guys out here, dude. That's all.
whatever it is, I always ask them if their butt hurts.
Paid leave, lol. It is what it is. You doing your job in a K manner, Mr. Cop.
Pick him up. Pick him up. Put your belt on.
Nah, you took it loose, didn't you?
Hey, nah, you took it loose. You buckle me back up, baby. Shit. That's what I was saying. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
So you're gonna walk around with your pants falling off?
I want everybody to see what you did.
They're just trying to save lives. Good one, Midwest.
All right, his allegation is that he was stopped for the tint, and that he was told that the car smelled like marijuana, and he was handcuffed, pulled from the vehicle, and you searched him with gloves on, but stuck your finger in his rectum, and also.
Jesus.
I told you, boss. That's where they hide their ID.
Oh my fucking god!
I gotta have that ID, son.
Yeah, no, hold on. Hold that one back up, Zephyr. Hold that one back up. That's literally I need that.
I have
need
two
a
of them. You know what?
screenshot.
I was thinking about doing like to where I got like a bunch of stamps and some envelopes, and I was thinking about auctioning off all of them because I have like so many of them now, and like they've been used all over the Panelverse. Like I have some really cool ones too. Like
I just need that one. I just need that one to pop up on screen. Like say this. I need to be able to pop it up on screen like this whenever somebody's like defending cops at this point. Like nobody on my show is ever allowed to defend cops ever again.
This one is harder to read, and it just makes people like that much more mad when
finger in his rectum.
You've just finger blasted a guy while looking for drugs when you didn't find any in his car. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
I am complying. See?
Oh, I like that. I am complying. Yes. I am complying. I like that.
My favorite ones. Think about it.
And also searched.
Can you read it?
Welcome to Spurgatory. I like that one. That's based.
I came up with that. Spurgatory.
You should make. Bumpkin, if that's you, you're gonna have to text me because that's it. I don't believe you. Do that again.
Yeah, almost got me. Almost got me, didn't you?
I genuinely wasn't trying to be a dick. I just don't know why you didn't get on your account like your normal.
Because I
account.
don't want to get. I just woke up and I don't want to get up out of fucking bed.
Bumpkin, have you been watching?
No, I haven't. I just woke up. I just told you that.
I was gonna end the stream after this, but bruh, we just watched a cop rape a man.
Like actually raped him.
No. Sexual assault.
No, it's rape. He literally penetrated him with his finger.
What reason? Was it an accident?
Looking for drugs.
Was it an accident, lol?
Did it just kind of slip in?
This guy is a cop. That's a perfect.
Bumpkin's like, I do that every day in county lockup. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
he's like, you know how many buttholes I accidentally fucking rape on a daily basis?
We got a special dipstick for it. We should get over there and grab it. It's like
No. You've only been going live for 2 hours, almost. 1 hour and 34 minutes. You're already going to end it?
Well, yeah, it was really only meant to be an announcement. Nobody paid for an extension, and I'm just doing this out of fun because we're gonna the main actual long stream is gonna go live tonight at 11 p.m. Again, we're doing a Jackbox gaming Jackbox interactive game with the chat and all of us.
I'll do that. I'll do that with you guys.
Are you off tonight?
Yeah.
Based?
I'm also off tomorrow as well. But yeah, but tomorrow at 12 a.m. CST and 1 a.m. EST. I have a debate. I'm debating on Jess White's show.
Based? Is that with EOD?
Yeah, EOD on I think the prompt is are unions a net positive or negative for modern society?
So, I can't believe. I don't want to run it back, but I have to show you this.
I don't necessarily want to see the grape, but I guess I'm going to. Of course, it's a black man. God damn it.
Black man. I think no. What makes it even worse is another black man holding him down.
Oh,
Is it weed scented?
man, that's a tap dancer, man.
Ain't nothing in
Look at him. Look at him. He did the little fucking motion to undo his pants motion.
man. All right, bro. As long as there ain't, then you just leave him with a ticket. For what? Well, for the tent, man.
He's already grabbed his dick, by the way. When this is happening, he's already grabbed his dick once.
Yeah, he
but,
grabbed his
but
dick
without
and
taking the pants off. Now he's undoing his pants, and he's about to get way in the from under.
That's crazy work, dude.
No, not only that,
That's where they hide their ID, brother.
They searched the car and didn't find any drugs, and even came back and said the car doesn't smell like weed anymore, but you still smell like weed.
The car. Oh, hold on. So cops, like actual cops, sure, whatever. Actual cops, right? Actual cops. They have to have like actual probable cause to strip anyone out like this. I know that because I, in a correctional facility, have to have probable fucking cause to strip anyone out. You get what I'm saying? So if I have to have that, they have to have that. And this probable cause is not sound as anything. This is weird as fuck, and I think it's some gay nigga shit. I'll be honest with you.
It smelled like weed, and it's coming from your balls.
Yeah, like
that's my probable cause.
No, bumpkin. I've been pulled over by the cops, and they said my car smelled like weed, and I just looked them dead, and I was like, "Nigga, I'll smoke crack."
They did not say that.
Yes, I've done that. I've done that several times before. And then, like, they never find it as humorous as we do.
You got some money in there. No. Probably some change or something. I don't know.
No, like, so there was this really bitchy cop in the next town over. The only time that I've ever been done dirty by cops outside of my county.
Yeah.
The next county over. And she's always got something to prove. She's like a super cop. She told me she saw my gun laying in the back. She told me she was going to search my gun. I said, bitch, no, you're not. And we had a little mini standoff. Nothing violent. I didn't pull no gun on her or anything. We had a mini standoff till her partners got there. They convinced me I just let them do it. You know, eventually just let them do it. They wound up stealing a bunch of ammunition from me like I knew they would. And they wound up taking pictures. And like, I am in the process of actually suing them because now my serial numbers are in their database for no fucking reason other than abuse of authority. And I talked so much shit. I told them I had IEDs in the trunk. I had a fucking RPG in the back seat that they wasn't looking at. Like, they pissed me the fuck off. Like, I cussed them the fuck out. Like, she wound up getting yelled at by her superior because, like, you realize that he could have your badge. Like, you have no probable cause to search the vehicle. Like,
but did she touch your junk?
Was she fine? Did she touch your balls?
No,
yes, that's what I wanted.
She came back with a pouty face like a good little girl and apologized.
Did she touch your balls?
Did you fuck her?
Really, I would have. I ain't gonna lie. I would have dog fucked the dog shit out of her.
Why didn't you tell her? Listen, like, yeah, I'll look the other way. I won't file a complaint as long as, you know.
As long as you cradle the balls.
You take me out to dinner and frisk me.
As long as she cradles the balls.
I just want to play a little bit of jailer prisoner, you know? Like,
oh my God, shut the fuck up. Don't say that.
Yeah, not with Bumpkin.
You're Bumpkin PTSD.
Not with Bumpkin. Female cup.
We have one like solid rule: don't fuck the inmates, and somehow people still fuck that up.
I believe it.
Yeah, but they're all vulnerable and sexy.
Bro, oh my, they're drug addicts. Don't fuck the inmates.
Yeah, drug addicts, vulnerable and sexy.
Now that power dynamic is hot.
Have you ever fucked a coke or meth head?
Male prisoner, female officer.
That's hot. That's real
It's
hot.
only that's
Yeah.
only that's only hot to you because you put yourself in the position of the feet of the male inmate.
Yeah.
You just assume that you would be right. You just assume that you would be incarcerated, which is wild, which is crazy.
No. I'm not assuming I would be incarcerated. I'm too smart to get incarcerated.
Okay. Then why the male CO? Well, fuck. I'm fucking it up. Never mind. I'm too tired. Fuck off. You know what?
Bumpkin can't escape his gay thoughts. He's too sleepy.
Shut the
Because
fuck
I'm
up.
You're smelling.
Oh no.
because I'm naturally always in a position of authority and leadership in everything I do in my life. So it's fun to have all your authority and power taken away. Be dominated by some hot chick with great tits.
Exactly. It's a fucking man of culture.
Like every once in a while, I want to be thrown down and used like a fuck stick. You know, like those torsos with the dick attached? Like, I don't even want to be a human. I just want her to use me like a sex toy.
I have
You
a meme
falter,
for
you
you.
lack conviction. That's all I gotta
I
say.
have a meme for you. There's a picture in regards. There's a picture that people post of one of those things with the dick ripped off, and it's like, oh, it's like she rode the meat straight off that thing.
What are you gonna say, sweetheart of the panel? What's up? What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
I smell like how the hell? You were in your car. I took you out of your car. Your car doesn't smell like weed.
Is this what you be? Is this?
Your car don't smell like weed, but your dick does.
Back up a little bit.
Hell. What the hell are you doing? So they allowed to do all this? But my car don't smell like weed, but he's still searching me? What is you doing? Ain't nothing in there. Why? Man, listen, man. See what I'm
Oh, look at that
That's
fondling.
crazy, man.
He's bouncing them balls.
That's
crazy. Oh, brother, nigga, you ain't seen shit yet. This here is just the tip of this old iceberg. Like,
Yeah, this is foreplay, bro.
Yeah, this is foreplay.
You don't do this. You don't fucking do this. Why are you? What the fuck is going on?
Mouth, okay? I gotta search you to make sure there ain't nothing in here. So stop. Exactly. Come on now.
Make sure there ain't nothing in here.
Anything in your ass?
Anything in your ass.
We gonna play that back, right, Bumpkin? You can't.
Come on now.
That's why I asked on the first date.
Anything in your ass?
Anything in your ass, man?
Ain't nothing in there, man. What the fuck is this, man?
Look
Yeah.
at him. You see,
Hide my
you see
remote
him bouncing. He's doing the fucking head bounce, Bumpkin. Bumpkin. This shit is so wrong.
Someone needs to save this man. Someone needs to fuck this man. This man should have been saved. This man should have been saved.
And they're all. This is why I hate cops, Bumpkin.
What
They're
year is
all
this?
complicit.
What year
This
is
was
it?
like 3 years ago, if I remember correctly.
This
Oh,
wasn't.
what the actual fuck?
2 years ago. No.
Maybe even worse.
It's been 6 years, actually. Holy shit.
Okay.
God damn.
I hope your hands smell like straight ass. Yeah, this is 2019. March 12th, 2019.
That's why I got.
That's why I got.
Do me a favor. Sit down. Sit down. Kick your shoes. Kick your shoes off. Kid.
All right, so you saw the worst of it, right? He actually stuck his.
And that he was pulled from the car. Allegation was is. All right, his allegation.
By the way, it's funny because the cop was basically like, killing yourself up. It's like, nah, clean me up. You violated me.
Was is that he was stopped for the tint, and that he was told that the car smelled like marijuana, and he was handcuffed, pulled from the vehicle, and you searched him with gloves on, but stuck your finger in his rectum, and also
By the way, in the beginning of this video, he admitted to doing all of this.
So you're not allowed
He
to
will
do
again.
that. You're not allowed to do that.
Also searched down his pants looking for any type of narcotics.
Yeah, that's what he was
which
looking for.
evidently you did not find any. Is that you aware of his complaint?
I am aware of it.
Okay, can you tell me, in your words, your involvement with the traffic stop?
I responded to back up Officer Rose on a traffic stop. During the course
It's not
of the
even his
investigation,
search.
Officer
That's
Rose
crazy.
notified me that the car smelled like marijuana. And
Bring the guy, bring the violator in chief in.
that was upon my initial arrival. Upon my contact with the driver.
You know the funniest part is the black guy called him an invader before he ever stuck his fingers in him. He said, "Man, you grabbed my dick. You need to get away from me. You an invader."
Space invader.
Mr. Marvin. I did detect a strong odor, a strong distinct odor emitting from inside the vehicle.
Strong distinct.
I inquired to Mr. Marvin if there was anything illegal inside the vehicle, such as drugs.
Meaning it couldn't have been nothing else.
The cop was like, I can smell that. I can smell what you're packing.
Weed in your ass.
Excuse me, sir.
Step out of the vehicle.
Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna need to check inside your asshole.
At which time I conducted a pat
If I heard that, I'd be like, the fuck you do? You better get the fuck away from me.
Mr. Marvin began to disobey my commands of keeping his hands on the vehicle. Became fidgety. For officer safety purposes, I didn't know what Mr. Marvin's, what his actions might have been. So for officer safety purposes, I detained him with handcuffs in order to properly conduct a pat down of his.
The Supreme Court says I can do what I want for officer safety. That's why I say that.
This is not a pat down. There's no patting down going on here. They didn't even pat down the top level of this man's. I swear to God, they went straight to the dick.
At which point, nothing was found inside outside his pockets or anything. I brought him back to my vehicle, at which time Officer Bias stayed present with him, and at which time
The names, bruh. Officer Bias. That's crazy.
Officer Rose and I began a search of the vehicle for the.
Wait, Officer Bias and Officer Rose?
So
yeah, to be fair though, the name is Bias. Like it's Baez. He's Hispanic. But it does sound like Bias.
This is like this is not real. This is for sure just gay porn, bro.
When you're searching him, when you first
Officer Rose, okay, dude.
The one we watched before this was like a nerdy, skinny cop, and he like felt that he literally felt this chick all the way the fuck up.
He got himself a couple of quick titty gropes and one quick labia swipe.
To be fair, she did have a fat, nice pair of tits.
take him out
Her
of the
tits
car.
were ridiculous.
Why was
He
he doing
basically
the
says
pat
you
down?
search, you
That's
touch
crazy.
it, and is looking in his dick, and that's why he's flinching. Did you conduct a search under his, like manipulate his scrotum area outside the pants?
There was no manipulation. I just used my hands, went inside his pockets. Did not
You can clearly see the dick manipulation in the video.
touch any private area at the time because I was still, unaware where the possible could have been, whether they're on him concealed or they're inside the vehicle. He was very close to the vehicle, and so I was smelling the marijuana, so I wasn't sure if it was coming from him or the vehicle, which is why I separated him from.
Remember, Bumpkin, I'm not playing this to demoralize people. I'm playing this to inform that this shit happens in every state, in every county, and is never reported on because people have a bias that police are good.
On the vehicle.
Okay. Now, your body cam footage, when it comes on, you're willing
You think
to
there's
the
booty
search.
bandits in every single fucking state, every corner?
100%.
Yes. They may
Almost
not be
every single department in the entire country.
They may not actually rape citizens, but they for sure do fuck shit, plant evidence. Like it's not just a few bad apples.
Also, you didn't have your
There's
body cam on
a
prior,
booty
right?
band in every department, boys.
remember what I told you in my own small town. I won't say it because it's doxable. But remember, they investigated themselves, both the police and sheriff, and found no wrongdoing.
It's not.
Corrupt individuals are drawn to corrupt institutions, especially ones where you're given a monopoly on force or you have authority or power. Only makes sense that the crookedest of the crooked and the creepiest of the creeps would be cops and social workers and things like that.
Never mind the genetic evidence being found. That's all I'm saying, and you know the story in that.
Sometimes I forget to turn it on right away.
Okay. So you search the vehicle, and during the search, you're discussing with Officer Rhodes about whether he could have put it down his pants. You believe it was down his pants, and you don't want to have to go in and get it. What were you referring to?
It's been my experience through the contact that I've had in the past encounters with
lifting people's balls and such.
A lot of the time, the drugs and
that's where they put the right D.
Not going to be in plain view. You know, when you go up to a car and you smell weed.
Actually,
9 times out of
unironically,
10,
yeah, they do place them right on their taint.
Yes, of course.
I have no problem with you reaching and you patting the tank.
Yeah. Sadly, I really wish. I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of wish people would stop doing it. Anywhere else, please.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I get that, right? And you can find out if they have a sack of weed if you pat their fucking tank like you're supposed to do in an actual pat down, right?
Yeah. No,
but that's not what happened here. He full on went in this man's pants, fondled his nutsack, and stuck his middle finger in his man's ass.
Yeah, I get that. There was no pat down really even conducted besides
He
looking.
didn't even spit on it. He didn't even spit on it.
No, that's crazy work.
Inside.
That's crazy. Here, officer, here's the you know, it takes investigation.
By the way, ain't nobody but a dumb teenager fucking hiding weed, especially up their ass.
And you have to go through, you know, it's a process. So Officer Rhodes and I were just, you know, conversating about where the drugs could possibly be.
Ricky, you might be far behind in this video, but what we're witnessing is full on man grape. Cops got to get some too, boy.
You know, because of how he acted when I went to do that pat down and that preliminary search indicated to me that there may be something hidden in there. Because when I did go around his pockets, he began to flinch, which is why I had to detain him. And past experiences, when people become fidgety like that, and actually
he almost said that's why I had to taint him. That's why I had to detain him.
Past experience. Yo, what's up, Wicked? We're just watching like man-on-man action here because a cop couldn't keep his hands to himself. True.
Aggressive. A lot of the time they are hiding something, and that was my interpretation of it, that he was hiding something. And I was just confirming with Officer Rose that he also did smell the marijuana, and it was a possibility
definitely
that it was on him, and it may not have been in the car. It was a strong possibility that was.
Oh yeah, no, this dude treated this suspect the way I treat a woman on the first date.
Past 5 years,
he bowling
people
balled
that
her.
use drugs, people that know the streets and have contact with police and have arrest records like this guy, they know where to hide it, where we're not going to go.
Well, there's a reason why they hide it there.
Because most of the time we're not going to go there.
Well, most of the time you can't go there.
And most of the time we don't go there.
Right. So that's why they hide it there. So based on what you have here, what makes you go to the next level at this point?
The next level, based on my experiences in the past, enhanced it from the search of the car to the search of his pockets to checking underneath the undergarments.
Okay.
And then doing the hand sweep of the blade, using the blade of your hand to do the buttocks.
What's up, Dro?
What's up?
We just watched a cop stick a finger in a man's ass
What the fuck?
to search him for weed, and now he's justifying it to his supervisors.
Bro, I'm not like fucking
Exactly, Wicked. Exactly.
Jesus Christ. Every time I think like people like getting upset over cops like are being a bit unreasonable, I just gotta imagine there's at least one man in that crowd who got like butt raped by one for no reason. And damn, if that happens, I'd be that angry too.
No, that's my thing, right? So, like, obviously, not every cop is bad, but every cop does stand idly by why the bad cops.
Yeah, exactly. That's what people don't understand about it. Is that like it doesn't matter if you. It doesn't matter if you haven't done anything yourself. You stood by and just nodded along, had a coffee with everyone who did do that shit. You know,
They function as a government-sanctioned gang. You're not a cop.
You're not a cop.
He is though.
I'm law enforcement, bro.
Oh my god. Okay.
Let's see.
I'm just law
He
enforcement.
supported all this shit until we got to the finger rape. That's where he drew the line.
The thing is, it's like you finish.
Actually, you fucking dickhead. I was critiquing the pat down before I even saw him grab the dude's nuts, and I was like, "Why is he doing why the fuck is he doing that?" Yeah.
Yeah, no, you were against the nut search as well. I'm saying you were for all the ridiculous nonsense we watched over the last couple of days.
Oh
every man has his limits. Like
the thing is, like
everybody is fundamentally against that one where they unloaded on the guy answering his door with a gun.
Obviously.
And it was the wrong house, even to begin with. And then when they shot at the wife, everybody got rightfully pissed off. My point in playing these videos
is you're a dirty fucking communist and you hate the police.
Well, you're
You're a dirty communist and you hate the fucking police. That's why.
Police
Bro,
me, if I have
in
to
what
suck
world
dick
is
to
it
be
the
a-
wrong decision to support the institution that's okay with butt raping people? I'll be honest, bro.
No institution is okay with
Bumpkin is
butt
trying-
raping
Bumpkin-
people.
Bumpkin
No
is trying to
institution is
enforce
okay
Jails
with
are
butt
okay
raping
with it.
people.
Jails are
What?
okay with it.
Bumpkin is trying
Jails
to
are not
enforce
okay with it. Do you
state
not fucking realize? Do you not realize the steps that jails and prisons take to specifically stop that from happening?
It's because of defense attorneys, not because of jailers.
Okay, bro. All right, bro. Yeah, totally.
Lauren, I have an issue with both is the thing, you know. If you're willing to put up with shit just because someone's your friend and you think you can know better, you've arguably done a worse deed. Well, obviously not like a worse deed, but I don't know. Like if you're gonna see the shit that's wrong and then only make an excuse for yourself instead of improving the situation, you're rotten.
Put yourself in the cop's shoes, then finger a butt.
The thing, this is why I have an issue. This is why, but like, if you really are a good cop, you're gonna be fired for it. I know numerous cases that are like, oh, this one guy tried to fucking call out and get like his coworkers reported because they were doing fuck shit, only for him to be shaded, have his life ruined by said coworkers because he wasn't being a part of the team.
Chloris, no institution is okay with butt raping. The intelligence agency, sad face. What do you mean the butt rape budget's been cut? We just got the Gapinator 9000 and we can't use this thing?
No, what did he call it? Oh shit, what was the word that he used in this fucking intoxicator? The last one, he called it the intoxicator.
I'm gonna need you to blow into the intoxicator. That is also what I call my penis at the bar.
Now, ma'am, you see this finger? This is the finger I'm going to essay you with later.
This is the finger. You watch this finger. I'm gonna make it disappear. Dude, like I play these videos because like everybody, you can't just think all cops are great. ACAB is
Dude, a couple of cops are okay. And even then, they're like, they should probably quit.
Bro, I'm pretty sure a couple of Imperial Japanese were okay. They still worked for the state that wasn't.
Where did Bumpkin go? I'm like, get your ass back in here.
Bro died.
It's the exact opposite of what the gaslighters will tell you. There's just a few bad apples. First of all, the saying is that a few bad apples spoil the entire fucking bunch. That's the whole point of the saying, is that even if there's just a few, it makes the whole fucking thing rotten from the inside out, which is the case. Except there's not just a few. This is a culture. They're trained to do this shit. They're taught on what to say and how to act in order to get as much carving out of the Constitution as they possibly can.
Yeah.
Look,
It's
it just makes me
this is something that helps
communist.
like people understand, I think, which is the fact that like everyone's like, oh, it's such a scary situation. Sometimes you can't always judge them. One, they're trained for this. If they're failing their duties, it doesn't matter how they felt. You took this job knowing this shit would happen. And two, if you as a citizen, not a cop, but just a normal citizen, were to get involved in this same affair, would you be given as much leeway as they are? No. And even if you think there's some kind of moral excuse for some of the shit that a lot of cops do, you should be frustrated at bare minimum with the fact that you as a citizen have less rights to defend yourself than they do. You know?
They can outright just murder you and say fuck your family, and you're expected to lay down and take it. And that level of cuckery, first off, that's not fascist. That's not libertarian. That's not conservative. That's not communist. That is just outright ideological cuckoldry.
I'm gonna play the irony card again. And that's the card where it's so fucking ridiculous that I automatically win the argument. The people who are responsible for enforcing the laws are given qualified immunity and not expected to even know the laws that they're enforcing.
Yeah.
But as a citizen, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Now
You
I
don't.
have to irony word card. Great, thanks.
That right there just proves you are not in a just system. You're a clown in a slave system.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not fascism, that's not communism, that's not conservatism, that's not libertarian. Again, that's ideological cuckoldry. That's the thing. Like, there is no other excuse for it other than you think that you can benefit from it, or you just like being a cuck. Crazy.
Sadism.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm a sadist, and I don't like this. You remember my BDSM score test? I scored the highest for sadist.
No, that's not the same thing. Being a
I didn't know you
sadist
showed
in
that on
bed.
stream.
Being a sadist in bed is not the same thing as getting off on the
There's a
harm of
difference
random
between an
strangers.
environment that you and the other person agree upon and how to run a society.
Right.
Oh, I'm not just a sadist in the bedroom. I like to hurt people.
Well, what did you score on that test we took?
It was pretty high, I remember.
Yeah, no, the sadism part was at 100%, or at least 90%, even on the Machiavelli test.
Then you should be a cop.
I don't want to be a cop because I don't want to stick my fingers in a random guy's ass. I'm going to break his neck.
Worst sadist ever.
Damn.
America is just piracy with a constitution. That's pretty base, though.
That's a good way to put it, honestly.
Especially if you think of the Constitution as, like, you know, not actual art, but the kind of art that's in a hotel room on every wall, you know?
Yeah, that crappy
Ultimately pretty but meaningless.
Yeah, like the random boat in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, pretty but meaningless. Fair.
That's how you would check with the blade of your hand underneath the pants and the undergarments, because it'll be tucked. It'll be tucked in an area that you.
Bro, you didn't check with the blade of your hand. We watched you foot on palm this man's dick and testicles and fucking fondle them. You were going to woogada woogada woogada. You were jerking his
Woogada woogada.
There was no fucking, but you were literally fucking tickling his taint while gripping his shaft with your thumb, bro. Like, you were sexually pleasuring this man, but he didn't like it because he's not gay.
You're not going to feel through just a search. You're not going to feel.
And then you fucking literally took one finger and shoved it in his ass like you're fingering a virgin.
Feel it there. It's going to be tucked. It's going to be tucked there. And you're going to have, you kind of got to go a little bit in there, and you got to extend a little bit
into that butthole,
just to make sure it's not there. Not fondle or anything like that. It was.
Well,
just
you
a
went
check.
in there a little bit further than a little bit. I mean,
Oh shit.
No, Jenkins, you got up in there, all right?
He's like, I mean, you can physically see you over there. You're way up in there. Like, I saw your knuckle disappear, Frank.
He's like, bro, I was expecting to hear the fucking Pornhub beatbox for a minute there at any time.
you can physically see that.
It was
Well,
just
you
to
went-
make sure it's not there. I did not grope, fondle, or anything like that. It was.
Well,
just
you
a
went
check.
in there a little bit further than a little bit. I mean, you can physically see you moving his to the side to get to the other side.
In order to feel, in order to
You can hear the defeat. This was, goddamn it, I've been caught.
possibly locate something that
caught
I
me.
believe, based on my experiences, was there.
Just admit you
Based on his experience.
It wasn't, and that's
He
what
does
I need to
this
say in my
all
hand
the
is-
time.
is
Just
rear end,
admit you
because
use your position to
that's
rape
oftentimes
people.
where they hide it
Holy
also.
shit.
Those two spots.
By the way, there was a huge problem before the implementing of body cams and and cameras in the patrol cars in the past 20 years of cops using their position to sleep with women on the side of the road. That's the whole reason they put the cameras in the actual cop cars.
Yeah. If I may say this as well, to anyone who's like, oh, body cams aren't needed, we should trust our cops. Consider this. If a cop is genuinely innocent, wouldn't the body cam help prove that?
Excuse me.
It
sir.
does.
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. I'm gonna need to check inside your asshole.
Damn. It's Drover.
Said.
But no, that's the thing. Like, BLM begged for body cams. They got like almost every, like even in my small town, they use body cams. So like everywhere uses body cams now. BLM got proof that the Holy 13 isn't so holy, and now they want body cams gone away. No, like it proves the cop is innocent.
Yeah.
Very common.
And that's the thing. But that's why I love watching this body cam footage. It's another thing, right? Because it allows us to see an innocent cop, and then if we think that a cop goes too far, even if he's innocent, we get to debate and discuss it.
Yeah.
That's what I like
There's
about this.
no reason to be against like making this more transparent.
Yeah.
These people are your public servants. You're spending money to make sure that they can have a job. I think you're pretty entitled to see how they're doing that job.
Well, this is why I hate being called a communist, because I'm obviously not. I'm a national socialist or a fascist, right? And like people will say you're a communist, but like it proves the cop is innocent. It keeps the state accountable to the people. Like I don't believe in democracy, but the state exists to benefit the people, not the other way around. Without the people, there is no state. That's a fundamental flaw. Like if that's fascism, then I guess I'm not a fascist. Like if the state comes first, no, it's supposed to be a reciprocal relationship. That's why I choose National Socialism. But anyway,
okay, that's another debate.
Sir, I have responsible suspicion that your prostate is carrying.
Based on experience, is dumb to say, right? Like he's basically saying, "Listen, man, I be fondling suspects all the time. I check assholes. Yeah, every other time I fondled some guy's balls, I found cocaine."
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. I would play another one, right? But without the cash app getting hit, when we get through with this, I am gonna have to go. Somebody's gonna have to get an extension. There's the cash app. If you want to hit it after this video, we will. I will give the rest of this video. If there's an extension, we can do $10 for 30 minutes and $15 for an hour.
And if you look at my arrest record, you're going to see, you know, when people clench, when they clench they're clenching for a reason. Just don't do that. You know, when they clench it, they may be hiding something. I've had arrests where things have been hidden there. I've had arrests where things have been hidden, you know, in that private area in front.
So see, if my victim resists, what I'm doing to him, then I know for sure he's got some weed up there.
My beat, which is zone 1, which is heavily influenced with possessions and dealings.
Did you stick your finger in his when you were searching?
Here's a $50 million question.
No, sir. Possessions and dealings.
Did you stick your finger in his when you were searching?
No, sir.
Yes, Al.
Liar.
Have you ever had contact with Mr. Marvin
Yes,
prior to that incident?
Yes, I have.
And that's a good thing, Ryan. So it's not just I want police held accountable. I want the people who stick their fingers in people's rectums to be shot. Convicted and put into prison. I had to stop myself there for a minute. I don't want cops to be removed, but if we're not gonna punish the booty bandits on the force, then yes, I'd rather have no police ever.
What was that incident?
Traffic stop.
Did you issue him a ticket?
No.
Okay. So it was just a traffic stop?
It was a traffic stop on Pineda Street. I would say maybe a month or two prior to this. If when you watch my video, we reference it because he says, I remember you. And it took me a minute. And then I remembered him. I pulled him over. I believe.
Bro, why is he wearing his uniform? This literally looks like a gay porn.
No sleeves, top collar undone, and the undershirt is missing or it's low cut. Like he shows up to work to flirt.
I think it was a tag light.
Okay, this I can't speak about. I don't know why you're able to tell that this is like a gay porn setup, unless you just mean that for hyperbole.
Look at the cop. He looks like he's just a stripper, not a professional.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
His uniform's partially undone.
I see. All right, I see what you mean now. I thought you meant
Approached the car. Weed. No officer.
And then the way he fondled that dude, it was.
Anything inside the
I expected to hear the boom boom boom.
Yeah, like it was his boyfriend, not like.
The thing is, Palomino, he has to argue, otherwise, he's gonna fucking cry, have a lawsuit about, I was punished unjustly. Everyone knows he's in the wrong, but you have to record dissecting it to him word by word. Otherwise, he's gonna abuse the law to have a case against you, walk away with $3 million set for life, because he raped somebody.
A problem as he did this time. Even though I still got him out of the car. I patted him
He's actively getting angry that he's being punished for this.
down. I searched the exterior part of his
This guy's a great example of how cops think.
He thinks he's entitled to other citizens and entitled to what he can do to them.
What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean I can't rape a fucking pleb? I mean a citizen, chief. The fuck do you think we do here?
Yeah, who's gonna do the job? I got too many restraints. I'm not allowed to even be a cop. I can't even put my finger in somebody's butt.
With freedoms like these, who really needs terrorists?
Seriously. On that because of the friendliness, I gave him a verbal warning.
So did you go to that extent that time as you did on this one?
No.
Made sure he was pretty verbal after the warning.
The difference was this was my second encounter. The marijuana smell was much stronger on his person this time, as opposed to my first encounter with him, where I felt like the smell was coming from inside the vehicle a little bit more that time. And I did.
You just felt like the smell was coming from his prostate this time, huh?
Search the vehicle, not an extensive.
The smelling of weed is literally used as an excuse
I
for
would say the stop was
anything.
probably a quarter, if not the half.
Even searching your booty hole.
That this one was. It wasn't a long investigation at all.
Can't make that shit up.
So you feel that the search you conducted on Mr. Passawi was just in your mind, looking for narcotics?
Based on the totality of the circumstances.
Wow, listen to him. You hear that quote?
I went a little too far.
Okay.
That's the only time they quote Supreme Court case law, by the way.
Searching him, when I look at it, it's marijuana. Really, I mean, to dig like that for marijuana, no, there doesn't have to be a reason for that.
Well, and it's a good reason to bring up the other one. I'm going to move to that traffic stop now, where you stopped the young man with the we watched the video of that, and in that video, you ask him about the marijuana, and he actually comes up with it and hands it to you. You're willing to throw, or what'd you do with that?
It was discarded.
How?
I threw it out.
Just in the garbage?
In a dumpster.
Okay. So why didn't you just drop that into evidence?
I should have.
Destroy. Okay.
I never got around to it. I should have.
So it's not a big deal on that traffic stop with the kid. Why did it go to such an extreme with Mr. Passaway? Because
with the kid on that stop, he was upfront and honest. And if you look at, I don't arrest everybody that I come across with drugs. And I'll tell them, if you watch a lot of my videos when I deal with these people, if you're upfront and you're honest with me, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to let you go with the verbal.
That 10th time, I'm going to SA you.
This is when you make me work. It's when I've had contact
It's a roll of
with
the
you, or
dice.
arrested you for things, or I have an indication of you may be hiding something, or you're in possession of something and you're being dishonest. That's when I look to pursue it a little farther, as opposed to honesty and being straight with me, making my job a little easier,
right?
So I can get those off the street.
No, and I get it. Most of everybody says that, but I mean, you met with people lie to you all the time. That's what they do. They
And
lie to the police.
that's one of the hardest things for me to deal with is people lying to me.
Right.
There
Because I
should
take
be
it
no
out- I take it a little
intake,
too personally,
Ryan.
and that's something I have to do a better
Jesus.
job with. And I've said
He's
that
still
before,
trying
and
to
I
figure
still
out a
say
way
it.
to look in this man's asshole and underneath his balls.
So back to the traffic stop.
There's no
Officer
crime
Rose.
here, Ryan. Except for
How many
what the cops are
times have
doing.
you conducted a traffic stop in that same manner, thought the drugs were there or smelled the drugs were there, and conducted the same type of search?
You referring to initially or the latter search?
The latter search. I mean, basically the strip search, if you will, because Officer Baez said he's been with you 4 times when
Still
you've
haven't
done
checked
that.
his hat.
And he actually didn't even know it was a violation of policy until this incident, is what he testified to.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you do it those 4 times or more than 4 times?
All circumstances are different. It's not going to happen the same every time. Well, one of them that Baez was on with me is, the guy, I brought the guy out of the car, went to searching him. I did the blade in my hand, and he clinched up. He clinched hard. And then he started yelling and shouting. And then what I felt when I did the hand of my blade was something hard, and a hard object in there. And sure enough, he had a big bag of.
Ain't no fucking way this guy is describing one of his fucking rapes.
Another one. That's what's great about it. He has no idea. He's just confessing to more crimes.
Well, here's the thing about the dogs, Ron. The dogs are trained to hit, no matter what.
That would be unconstitutional, though.
You know how
The
I know
orig-
that dogs are trained to hit? My uncle used to train the dogs.
The stop was for tint. So, however long it takes to issue someone a ticket for tint, reasonably, is how long they have. They can't make them stay there and wait for the dogs.
It's
That's
usually
illegal.
It's usually 20 and 30 minutes that they have time to stop about anything. But no, here's the thing. The people that say they're for law and order that support this, they're fucking lying. You're right. They're sadists.
Yeah, no, they don't give a fuck about the law.
Yeah, it's these people make their life convenient, and it's a matter of I don't want to sacrifice my convenience.
And exactly, because law and order.
It's worse than that now, I think.
Law and order would be given the right to every citizen to shoot somebody who robs them, to defend themselves. That's law and order.
I think everybody in this country is being screwed right now, and they all know it on some level.
People don't,
They can't admit to themselves that they're a slave and that the system is screwing them and that they live in a police state. So the anger and the resentment for the state builds up inside of them, and they actually enjoy. It's cathartic to watch other people being punished the way that they feel inside. That's what I think this comes down to.
I think that's a part of it.
Ryan doesn't know the law.
Because you'll
I
hear
think
people
that's a
say,
part of
well, it never happened to me. It never happened to me. Well, when it does.
They do a 180. It's always back to
You
blue
really
till it
think
happens.
that this is the problem with a lot of Americans? They think that the only experience of society is what they've gone through personally.
Yeah.
The
only way you can be
if something bad happened to someone else, then they must have deserved it, including
Exactly.
people like this.
Exactly. The only way this could happen to you is if you put yourself in that position because you were probably doing something wrong anyway.
Yeah. again, like, this is why I can't ever really hate anyone who's like that kind of anti-cop person, because for every single one of them who just heard about it online, you know, there's someone in there who went through this kind of shit, who got literally raped or something happened similar. And unlike here, nothing was done about it. So what else are you supposed to do if that happens to you or happens to someone you love?
Well,
You know, it's not even just like a rational, like a fair response. It's not only something you can feel sympathetic for, it's the only reasonable response to be that antagonistic.
Here's the thing, right? Why does him having drugs matter? If the dude wants to damage his life, if he doesn't have kids, why does it matter? If he has kids, the state should take the kids. I hate CPS, but doing drugs is not a victimless crime. You do hurt those around you. You mismanage your kids 90% of the time. You mismanage your finances and hurt your kids. It's not a victimless crime. But if somebody without children wants to ruin their lives and do drugs, why is that a crime? I'll tell you why it's a crime. The current system is a for-profit prison system where you make everyday human activity illegal and up until people will not take it and they riot. And then every year, every decade, you take a little bit more. Take a little bit more, as long as you can have that current, so you can have that current flow of new prisoners for whatever reason. Whether it's just the government. See, here's the evil of it, right? Most prisons are not even industrial complexes. Most prisons are are contractors that just get paid for housing prisoners. They don't produce anything. They don't do anything but just house prisoners. You have to have that supply and demand. That's why the average American citizen commits 3 felonies throughout the day without even fucking realizing it, and that's the statistic. If you've ever sped in a car, you've broken the law, and you can't tell me you've never sped in a car.
Yeah, especially since in some parts of the countries you'll be arrested if you don't, because and I do say this is somewhat fair, but in New England a lot, especially the closer you get to New York, you're expected to commit one lesser felony in terms of avoiding a greater felony. Speeding is the most obvious example because, you know, even if you're going like 60 miles per hour on the Merritt Parkway or some shit, if everyone else is going 80, 90, which they will do if it's not literally rush hour, then a cop will arrest you for trying to maintain the speed limit because you're being more of a danger.
Hold on a minute. Ryan, I want you to hit the panel and defend this stance because I think in this particular aspect, you're a retard.
Ryan does not know the law.
Because as a firearms owner and someone who legally could have purchased a bump stock, the ATF could willingly made about 6 million felons out of people for owning a bump stock. So it's not called laws, as you put it. It's literally having the system that I just explained, where they try to make more and more felonies. They try to manufacture supply for the prison industrial complex. And
He's
again,
triggered.
Up to ideology.
His arguments are going to get worse and worse from here. And Ryan does not know the law.
Okay, you don't. Okay, that's for just because a taxpayer has to pay for that just means there's more profit for them, bro. Is a sports stadium not profitable just because your average exec wants it to be made on the taxpayer's bill instead of their own? No, it's just a means to make someone else pay for what they want to make money off of.
Yeah, it's profitable for the corporations that own the prisons, right?
Yeah,
if the taxpayer is paying for it, that just means less expenses. It doesn't matter if they need that to turn a profit. It's still more profit if they do
he's
that.
turned up. He opened the valve on his copium all the way. This is going to get worse.
Well, Ryan is intelligent. I just think I think that though this particular tape,
he's arguing from his position that he knows living his own life. You know,
we're all living in a schism, right? We're told that we're the freest nation on earth, and we're a bunch of slaves and little bitches, and everybody's so proud of their accomplishments. You break their fucking psyche when you start to show them the truth. This it seeped in, passed through all that density, and hit his bone, and now he's making arguments like things can't be profitable if they're paid for with tax dollars.
Well, Hank, I want you to know, and you can hit the panel too if you want, Hank. I want you to know that ignorance of the law is not a defense.
Unless you're a cop, then it is literally a defense.
So my point is, for the state, it's a loss. Paying for judges and paying for in-house or out of private sector jails or your own jails within the state comes at paying the guards and comes at paying for the jail and comes at paying for all those things why would the state want to pay for that? If they have all law abiding citizens, they don't have to pay. The taxpayers don't have to pay for the criminals.
Yeah, but when you allow for-profit prisons, these prison lobbies, these corporate owned prisons, they're going to send lobbyists to make more laws, to make more supply, so that there's more demand and they make more money, and that's what they've done time after time.
Yeah, the assumption you've made here is that the state will make policy independent of people influencing it, which is just not the case.
Yeah, that's the state doesn't waste money on stupid, inefficient shit. What about public schools?
My point is not. Look, I'm against for-profit prisons. I don't think it should be a thing, and I think it's kind of absurd that they have them. And it just points to how wasteful the government is that they're doing that. But that being said, like, you guys are complaining about drug laws and 2A laws and how they're creating laws to put people in prisons. When they create that law and put them in prison, it costs the state money to warehouse that individual. So, at the end of the day, like, they make laws and people vote these people in. So the real remedy is to vote them out, or that's the power we have in a democracy. Or
who gives those candidates money to run their elections?
They lobby them, they give them money, and let's be real, the voting in the U.S. on every level is rigged to some point.
Okay, so we're going to do this.
Okay. It's not from a perspective of, there's the heckin' fraud because Trump people still didn't love Trump after COVID or whatnot. It's a matter of people are you can only run as an elected politician if you have enough money backing you, and you only get that amount of money backing you by having enough benefactors, which means you have to play ball with those benefactors. Hell, it's not even just to do that, it's to make your career. And a part of that is the prison lobby for a lot of these officials that we have.
Yeah, not in my state. And there's still massive conviction rates, massive lawlessness, massive stupidity. So, there's no private sector prisons in half of the country. And there's still lawlessness and stupidity and bullshit and similar laws. I would say in the private sector states, there's probably less laws, like Texas and Arizona and shit. There's less.
That's where you'd be wrong. See, here's the funny part, right? On everyday citizens like you and me, there's a fuck ton of laws, but on corporations, there's a shit ton of deregulation. So there's almost no laws. So in a way, you're correct. But in these red states and where these private prisons are, there's actually less corporate regulation for the corporations. But on the private citizen, oh, bro, we got a shit ton of regulations.
Yeah, to be clear, Hank, you can't protect yourself from the law.
The most
per se, just by being a cop, it only protects you when you violate citizens' rights and illegally abuse citizens. You can't go out and commit other crimes and use your ignorance of the law as an excuse. It's only when you fuck with citizens and violate their rights.
Hold on, Hornet, hit the link. You're a capitalist liberal. I want to hear your opinion because we've been doing some cop hate the last couple of days. I want your opinion on this. I need your opinion on this as a capitalist liberal.
I don't think I'd be curious. If I may go first. I will bring up the most extreme example of this, which is, I guess, Mario's brother, so to speak. I don't know how TOS that is at this point, but with the United Healthcare guy. Yeah, but he obviously, society has to prosecute murder. No matter how much someone deserved, if everyone murdered someone that they thought deserved it, then you couldn't get anything done. But the fact of the matter is, that's bad in a vacuum, but for a fact a corporation has more rights than you in that sense, because if a corporation does something like that, it's an accident. Look at Boeing. There's just simply no connection to be made. That fucking whistleblower was found with 2 gunshots to the back of the head. If it's a person going out and murdering someone, that's worth an investigation and that's worth prison time. It's worth a terrorist charge in Luigi's case, apparently. But, fucking whistleblowers being assassinated by what's obviously a corporation. And even if it's not, let's assume that Boeing is like completely independent of this. Someone was just that much of a Boeing patriot that they did it completely of their own volition. You still have shit like Nestle, which will go, or whatever company, I don't think it was Nestle, is responsible after the privatization of Flint, Michigan's water supply. Allowing heavy metals, it's stuff that poisons the entire neighborhood, including its children, into the water supply, and nothing is done. It's just like a little whoopsie doopsie that, you know, how can they reasonably pay attention to it? You know,
Ryan, the issue is that your side conversation with chat, right? The issue is the state is not recouping its losses.
The state loses money when they have to pay to warehouse criminals. What are you talking about?
Maybe
he's trying to quadruple down on that.
Maybe we shouldn't have superfluous laws on the books.
So
Maybe
I'll just tell you. I estimated before my brother died, I estimated in judges, cops, and jail time, he probably cost the state about $500,000 because of it's the cops' time, it's the fucking judges' time, it's the prison time, right? Which is $70,000 a year to warehouse him, to feed him, to build the building, right? All that stuff has to be factored in. It's a societal loss overall to have to put people in jails. That's reality.
Maybe we shouldn't make useless, irrelevant laws. Maybe we should only house people who've done something actually bad for society. Like, well, for one, if you've done anything that requires more than 4 to 5 years in jail, it's my opinion you should be shot. If you rape, if you murder, or if you rape, if you murder, if you molest, if you steal a life-damaging amount of money from someone, that's all shit you should be hung for, in my opinion.
Well, I don't disagree with you. Okay, like I'm for really hard capital punishment. I'm for hammering people for stupid shit. But I'll just tell you that like we don't live in that world. Yeah, we don't live in that world. There's a lot of liberals that vote frequently and they want to give people a slap on the wrist. They repeat the same bullshit.
Instead of backing the blue, you and I should be pushing for corporal punishment and making police officers peacekeepers again.
Yeah, I'm all about it.
What I seem to get is that you view the police as inherently being the arm against this and the only arm against this, instead of them being an organization complicit in this and that benefits from abusing the state's people.
Oh, wait. By the way, it's not about what I like. I just want your opinion because I don't want to be in an echo chamber. We can debate and argue all day long.
Oh yeah.
All right, go ahead, Ryan.
Are you asking me or are you asking? Are you asking?
That's a comment to avoid it, Hornet. I imagine.
Yeah, that was just Hornet. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt. You guys can go ahead.
And when I was younger, I used to, I was not. I used to smoke a lot of weed. I'd always be getting high and driving. Now it's kind of legal. I would drink and drive. I would do a lot of bullshit, and I hated the cops, and I was scared of the cops. I got several DUIs, and at the end of the day, I hated the cops because I broke the law and I was fearful of them. But once I stopped drinking, I didn't hate them anymore. And when they pull me over for, I ran a stop sign a few years ago, I'm like, I'm sorry, I did it. They gave me a warning. I admitted to doing it. Like, it seems like a pretty easy thing. Like, it seems like the people that really
it's like, here's the thing.
Hearing you say that, I want to fuck with you so bad but I respect you, so I bite my tongue.
No, feel free. I'm cool with it.
The joke that I want to make is like, so when did you realize that you enjoyed the cuck chair?
I don't know what that means.
Ryan,
don't.
How deep into your asshole did the arresting officer put his finger when you got your DUI the first time?
You also got to see. Well, hold on. Did you watch the video that's current? Were you watching with us when we were watching?
He's been watching it.
Well, on and off. I'm actually working on my deck, but
he knows what happened.
If I may go for a bit,
actually stuck his finger
in
this guy's ass.
Yeah, the cop has. He's in trouble, obviously. They have cams on. I don't know what else you do. Cops are getting reprimanded. Cops are getting fired and removed from the job.
No, Ryan, this motherfucker got fired from this job. Cool. He should have been in prison. Because
Yeah.
if this
And every all the cops who stood around him should also be in prison.
They shouldn't. I don't think that.
In
I don't
what
think
other
the
job?
people stood
Tell me,
around and
in
watched
what
should be in
other
prison, but
job?
they should be fired, and they should be.
If you watch somebody rape somebody, you go to
If I
prison.
may say this, in what other job can you just hire someone and it's a fact of life that one of them is occasionally going to try and stick his finger up a person's ass? You know? The only thing you do is put body cams on them and punish them.
And the reason this is an issue is this guy was fired from his department, and before this video was released, he was working at another police department.
Yeah, that's the problem too.
If you let them come, they'll let you go.
Brian,
And there should be a database for that.
Comply with the law, and a cop is reasonable. Obviously, there's going to be cops who are reasonable, but the issue is when a cop isn't unreasonable, only the bare minimum happens, and it's not just the people who deserve. I guarantee you, if a cop stuck his finger up your ass because you were just drinking and driving when you were a kid, you'd still fucking hate them today. Because there's not anything that people can do.
Not necessarily. You know.
I'm trying to be serious here, bro. If there's not anything people do that makes them deserve something like that, if they've done something that makes them
I fully agree with you. I don't think the cop should do that, and he was fired for it, and he should have been fired for it. He probably, I would guess that the criminal here, which I believe he's a criminal, I'm not sure. I haven't been watching that.
He is a criminal. You are correct. He is a criminal.
Yeah. Okay. So this criminal is probably going to get money. He's probably going to sue for damages, and they're probably going to give him $400,000 or some bullshit
of your money.
Which
Yeah, of
pisses me
taxpayer
off
money.
even more. That pisses me off even fucking more.
Yeah.
Give these
Ryan saying like it's all good. Just listen to all this some more horrible shit I have to
Shut
say.
the fuck up. Listen, I'm for law and order, which includes the cops.
You don't even know the law. Go fuck yourself.
Wait,
on,
wait,
dude.
gentlemen.
Dude, let's try and give him let's give him an honest space to speak because he is engaging with us in earnest.
I agree with Dro on that. But
I'm for law and order. I'm for law and order. That includes the cops. Don't break the fucking law, cops. If you do,
You don't know the law.
Okay, what the fuck do you know, Dennis? Are you an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, you're an attorney.
I'm the highest paid, most experienced attorney in the country. Now, what you
on
expect?
when you can do that and when you can't, not just what the atmosphere is at the time.
Okay.
I haven't been given an extension, so I'm going to play a little bit of the video because when this video is over, we are going to end the stream, and I am enjoying the conversation, so I will pause it in about 5 or 10 minutes for us to talk some more.
Are you aware of what the policy said in regards to strip searches?
Check your
Basically
PayPal.
what you conducted.
I am now. It was my impression at the time it wasn't a strip search. When I think of strip search, I think of bringing him back to the PD, taking his clothes off when something is too far from my grasp. You know, if they hide something, it's not going to be too far from my grasp right away. And at the same time, you got to think about, well, if they put it in their cavity like that and it gets lodged up in there, it could be a help.
All right, Dennison with the 15 ball, and thank you for the credit. You have paid your credit. I appreciate it. Dennison also extends the stream and says more body cams. We will definitely do more body cams. We are extended for an hour, so that means at 5 o'clock we will be ending it unless there is another extension. So we will be doing more body cams, and I will start that hour after we get through this video. Well,
I just sent you some money also. I just sent you something too. So
okay,
I'm going to just use the restroom quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, can I just say something real quick? Being for law and order, I'm for prosecuting police for what they do that's wrong. And I hope the cop's prosecuted because what he did was wrong. And if a cop is not doing his job and breaks the law, then he should obviously lose his job and be penalized for it because I'm for law and order. I will say that you can't prosecute a police officer in the same fashion that you prosecute, for in the line of his job, or no one would become a cop. No one's going to do the job if he, is in an incident and he discharges his firearm and, it kills the guy, but whatever. There has to be some level of immunity or no one would take the job. Why would you put yourself in harm's way and in those situations every day, all week, all year. So at the end of the day, there has to be some level of immunity for that. There has to be.
I actually disagree, but here's why, right? I get where you're coming from. I want to go back into America where if someone is, you have a right to stand your ground no matter where you're at. You have a right to defend yourself where you're at. If somebody brandishes a gun and you shoot them, that is legal. I think that we should hold the citizens and the law enforcement. I get where you're coming from, but I think there should be
I'm with you. I'm with you.
I believe in law and order, but I believe cops should have immunity.
Well, I mean, you do have to understand. Like, this is where you and I are going to disagree slightly, because the cops are, like, Ryan's right. If you punished a cop just outright for any and everything, right, that they do
for breaking the law.
Well, here's the thing, right? As we're talking about now, right? They broke the law in this video, obviously, but shooting a person in 90% of the time is not against the law for a cop, because you can't flee as a criminal. You're not allowed to flee. That's probable cause for them to shoot you. Should they go to prison?
And that's a law that should be changed, because cops shouldn't be allowed to execute people in the street.
What if he has a firearm and he's discharging at a group?
I'll be right back.
Then it'd be legal for you to shoot him, Ryan. So it should also be legal for the cop.
Well, not in my state, but that's okay.
Yes, in your state, because every state in the every single state in the entire union allows you to defend someone else's life if they're about to be murdered.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm half kidding here, but my state is just extremely anti-gun, and I mean, if someone's in your home, in your residence, and they're a burglar and they're walking out the door and it's dark and you shoot them because you don't know who the fuck it is, you're going to jail.
If I adhere to the shall not be infringed portion of the Second Amendment, and every citizen in the entire country is allowed to buy a firearm and use it and bear it without infringement, can I have cops that can't break the law?
I think there'd be less cop dependency, and I think less people would do what they're doing, for sure.
I'm just saying, if we change all the two-way laws so that people can have their guns back, will you allow me to change all of the laws about qualified immunity and shooting people in the back so that we can have cops who are held accountable?
I mean, I don't think that there's largely, these things come down to nuance. For example, that's why they go to court. If it's obvious that the cop just shot somebody for no reason, it's a pretty obvious case. This is a pretty obvious case we looked at today, right? It's pretty obvious. The guy's shoving his hand up his ass. That's going to be an issue. But, he's obviously breaking the law. He's not supposed to do that. It's not procedure. Like, that's not what he is supposed to do. But sometimes there's nuance. Did they strap him into the car? Freddie Gray, for example.
That's what we have courts for.
The thing is, here's the thing I want to mention, Ryan.
That's not what we have immunity for.
When we see this happen here, this is the good ending. This is a cop messed up, did something.
No, he didn't get charged.
He didn't get.
And none of the other cops got punished.
Okay. In that case, it's not the good ending.
And the state should not be paying for this shit. Sorry, bro.
If I may finish, Dennis. Thank you. Even if you consider this to be a good ending because they at least got fired, Denizen, think about the fact that this is the minority of cases. How many people don't get any kind of retribution from this? How many people are just, they make an excuse for the cop and you just have to live your life knowing this happened? Because this being recorded and something being done about this is the minority of cases.
Bro, this is the minority of his cases.
This isn't just like a factory in life.
I did not forget about you, Dennison. I'm looking for your specific booty clip, but since it's easier, I'm gonna give Ryan his first. Here's you some booty, Ryan. Thank you for the donation, sir.
Thank you, Ryan.
Money don't jiggle jiggle. It folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle, for sure, and make me want to dribble, dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat, you really have to see it. 6 feet 2 in a compact, no slack, but luckily the feet go back. I got an act to relax my mind. Sip something, there's a red wine. I sit bruised from chalices, holding my palaces. Goodness so crampy, sucking supper from paralysis. Rhymes, I ride them in the
I hope you enjoyed that round. But
It's always good. It's always good.
He's the Stargate guy.
I'm gonna be looking for denizens, so y'all can continue on y'all's conversation, or I can play the video, whichever y'all want.
So, what percentage of, what numerically, how many times, like how many police shootings are there a year? How many times in a year in the United States does a cop kill someone with a gun? Does anyone know that number? Approximately.
I can look it up, but I think it's less than 300.
I think a few hundred, yeah, but
it might be
1,000.
maybe 800.
It's around 1,000.
Yeah. And of those instances, how many people are armed? How many people have a gun? Okay.
So here's the thing. The majority of people who are killed by police are armed, but there have been unarmed people. Like I remember during BLM discussing this. Like there was only 8 unarmed quote unquote black men shot. And there was like, I think 30 unarmed white people shot because we're the majority of the population. So we're going to have the majority of run-ins with police. But it was like under 100 people. And that's still a tragedy. That's still something that shouldn't happen. But it's under 100. It is fairly small where they are unarmed people shot by police.
Tell me this, Ryan. In what other institution, in what other case would you just simply view, 70 or 80 people dying is just the fact of life with the situation? That's a tragedy to be prevented. Especially
other people aren't entering into situations with people with guns or dealing with criminals. I mean,
thanks, Jamie.
Well, Ryan has said, to be completely fair, Ryan has said his version of Law and Order, he's not a bootlicker. His version of Law and Order is cops should, by and large, follow the same laws we do and be held accountable. So he's not one of these people that are like the cops.
He said they should have immunity.
And if the cop is committing fraudulent,
he said that they wouldn't even be able to. No one would do the job unless there was immunity. It's such the biggest fucking gaslight. No one will pick the cotton. No one's gonna get the avocados. No one, all the psychos won't want to do it anymore. That's correct. That's what we want.
So if you make an error and you go to jail for 30 years, who's going to take that fucking job?
An error. Nobody goes to jail for 30 years for an error unless that error is shooting an unarmed person. And it wouldn't even be 30 per cop.
No one's charged with manslaughter, etc. Right?
Not unless somebody dies.
Yeah, they have.
Someone has to fucking die for that to happen, Ryan.
You think I don't fucking know that? You think I don't?
You're talking like you don't. You're talking like it just falls out of the sky. Like you fucking made a mistake on a police report and you end up in jail for 30 years.
In the Freddie Gray instance, they put the guy in the paddy wagon and didn't strap him in. They were all charged. 4 people were charged with manslaughter.
You should be.
Okay.
He fucking died. He was in their custody. They were responsible for his life. He was handcuffed. Couldn't defend himself.
To be fair, that is a bad example. That is a bad example.
The thing is, I still see what Denizen's trying to kind of get at, which is like, at the end of the day, yes, it's good when accountability is held and when punishment happens for people who did wrong, including within our cop force. But the issue is that's not the norm. That's the exception.
So if you take the police task force from Baltimore, it was a bunch of cops. They decided it was a good idea to steal the drugs from drug dealers and sell them and make money. In that instance, they should receive greater penalties than the drug dealers themselves because they know it's wrong. And they were using their
I didn't even see that as that bad.
They were using their authority and their privilege and seizing drugs and then selling them. Like, they should get 50 years in prison for that shit.
That's the issue we have.
That's fucking amazing. You rape a dude's butthole, you should get immunity. But if you sell drugs, you should get 50 years.
seriously,
Ryan didn't say that. No, Ryan did not say
Ryan
that.
is making this is the exact point that we're trying to make here with these incidents as well, man. A cop is in a position to abuse his authority to break the same laws as your average citizen, but now has the authority to protect himself from the consequences of that. That is an issue.
And I said before, if the cop is doing that, abusing his authority and his privilege, because he does have a privilege, he's an agent of the state, he should be prosecuted fully. But you can't tell a cop if you shoot somebody in a gunfight and come to find out the guy just had a cell phone. You can't put him in jail for 50 years.
There's no gunfight with a cell phone.
That's not what happens. That's not what we're having an issue
Yeah, you
with.
can't have a gunfight with a cell phone because the cell phone won't fire back at the cop.
What if the cop makes a mistake and the guy's pulling something out of his pants?
Then
he's all mutually exclusive to deal with. Obviously,
everybody, I got to give Dennison his booty, and we got to be muted for it.
Thank you, sir.
Is this a red booty? Is it a red one? Is that a red, like, Pocahontas?
It is. It is, sir. It is.
Oh, it's a man of culture right here.
I'll be back when it's later.
True American.
It should have been me, not the ground. It should have been me.
She looks like that one looks like Emmanuel Shariki. Do you guys remember her from Entourage? She was bomb, dude.
Look, all I'm saying is that this cop, this is the same energy this cop was giving down during that fucking search.
You go to prison. The most important thing in life is going to be booty. Yeah, I better listen to a man's butt. Booty, getting some booty is more important than eating food. It's more important than drinking water. If I see a man I like, I tell him like this here. I like you, and I want you.
Nah, if I see a man I like, I tell him I smell marijuana.
You know that that's based on a real guy.
Hard way. The choice is yours. What you want, What's it gonna be? I asked you a question, Tom. I can't hear you, Tom. I don't answer. Excuse me, I didn't hear you, Tom. I said I don't want to answer. I don't want to do this anymore. Sound like to me you wanted the hard way. Calm down. Now we take it over to prison. So back up. You can't have my booty.
I unironically love that episode because Uncle Rex is like, "Follow me, beautiful white children." He tries to lead them out of the prison.
I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Is the icon of a
Favorite
generation,
episode is
bro.
still the Exorcism one. I think the Exorcism one is still the best.
These three things will strike fear into a man's heart.
These are the things that strike fear in the heart of a nigga. A work boots, a job application.
We will play that clip in a few minutes, but let's get back to some of this clip.
Anyways, what I wanted to say when I come up here was, I think what all these interactions, how we perceive this is how you define yourself on the paradigm of, are you siding more on order, or do you side more on quote independence or chaos? That's where that's how we look at these interactions. Like for me personally, because I always side on extreme order over chaos. I don't care about police brutality. I don't care about police beating or taking people's rights. I just don't care about it, because to me, I would always rather have that than the chaos that you see of these people on the internet as the one in charge, the mob, the demos. I would never want the demos to be.
Has it happened to you?
That's the thing.
I want to agree with you, right? But the thing is, what happens when that extreme order is an atheist, communist,
I would still rather have that. I would still rather have that than the mob.
Has it happened to you?
This is what I can agree on that
When I
sense at
grew up,
least.
when I grew up in Newport, my first car was not a nice car. It was a Bronco 2. My dad and mom were not going to buy me a nice car. They never bought any of my family, my kids, for a first car. I came home. I remember many, many times coming home to Newport, okay, getting off on the 55 and coming down and getting pulled over every single time I would go on the peninsula just because of the car I was driving. I remember going to my aunt's place down in San Diego and getting pulled over, taken out of my car, put in handcuffs just because I shaved my head for a wrestling meet and they thought I was a skinhead.
But how far did the finger go in the butt, though?
Huh?
Well, this guy got fingered in his butt.
No, I mean, I don't know about that, but what I'm saying is...
No, you can't walk that back. You in favor of police brutality. This man got a finger in the
If he
butt.
puts a finger in your butt, I mean, they're probably searching for contraband if something up his ass. I mean, you got to squat and cough, and dude, sometimes in jail, they shove their hand up your ass anyways if they don't think
They
you're doing it well
delouse
enough.
you. You get deloused.
They're gonna stuff. They're gonna do. Sometimes they'll even put you under and give you an X-ray.
But has it happened to you?
No, it hasn't, because I've never been involved or need to be involved in bullshit where I'm gonna have an interaction like this. Who are the people that get interacted like this?
That's the belief until it happens to you.
No, but I've had negative interactions with cops. The difference is that I know how to handle myself and I know what to do and what not to do to give myself the how would I say, the leverage to, if they do anything, I'll have their job and I'll have them prosecuted.
Like put a finger in your butt.
I know the DAs that I deal with them. I work with them. Do you not think like if a DA, like that's what I'm trying to say. This would never affect me. I'm not in that sociological stratosphere to where this would affect me. And so
That's
and
convenient.
And because of that, I would never want the demos to rule. The problem that you have,
Even if the demos is the blue, the blue demos.
the demos are animals. The demos.
Yeah, I'm saying. So what if all the animals in the mob is wearing a blue uniform with a badge on it?
But that's the whole point. It's a social divider. The blue badge, just like anything, is a divider. The bar exam is a divider. The MCATs is a divider to separate the piss-ons from people who are worth something. See, cops are worth something.
That right there, that right there is what gives the demos power. That mentality right there.
The demos has no power. What gives the demos
they
power?
They don't have power until they start throwing rocks and fucking lynch people in power.
The only reason they throw rocks is because
who's lynching people?
The problem with our country is the elites have given the demos the idea that they can do stuff. You should have the entire New York City police force mow the entire street down.
I'm curious.
Well, we could start.
I say this.
Why would that be wrong? This is what I'm trying to say. You're going to side on chaos over order. I would much rather have 50 million gone, but the other 250 are ordered, than have 150 million butchering the other 150, and you're left with nothing.
But even if you had a finger in your butthole?
Yes, even if I had a finger in my butthole.
Okay. Fair enough.
Close the window by accident. Excuse me for that.
Like I genuinely, like I am much. The more I interact with the mindless automatons,
I just feel like you want a finger in your butt at this point. That's all I can think about.
No, he's got a point, and he was consistent. He would even take one for the team in order to maintain order. Imperius literally put his money where his mouth was.
I would take a finger in the ass if it meant that people don't have the freedom of speech or the freedom of assembly.
The 5 fucking seconds
hell yeah,
close out of the window by accident, and I hear
don't want
this.
the freedom of speech. I don't want the freedom of assembly. I want those things only given to the ones who deserve it. That's what I don't. And if that means I have to take a finger in my ass for a while until I'm determined to deserve it, fine.
Okay,
like
I was gonna make an argument.
Yeah, can somebody clip that for me?
I was gonna.
I'm working on it.
I want complete order.
Okay.
I want no one. I want the empire. I want complete order and dominion. I don't want mindless automatons having the time, the effort, the energy to think. They aren't made for that.
That is the scariest thing in the world. What
I
you're
don't.
seeing in
The
New
thing
York
is, I
right
hate
now.
that I don't disagree with you. I just
What
don't
you're
want the
seeing
cop's
in
finger
New
in my
York
butt.
right now, what you're seeing in New York right now is what I'm talking about. When you have the demos, the women voting, where they say, I want a Muslim to come in and rule because I love socialists, but then on the same day making videos saying, I can't walk in New York because people are going to grape me and men are following me. That's why I don't want peons and animals having thought. That is much more harmful than the cops mowing down who they feel like they want to mow down. Because cops, I'm sorry to let you guys know, but before the 60s, cops mowed down who they wanted to anyways, and we got here just fine.
Okay. I had a slew of arguments to present to you, Imperious, but you're too consistent for them.
Yeah, no,
I've worked off of like I've worked all of my criticisms with Ryan by saying like, oh, if you want to consider this, consider this as well. But
the mighty Centurion versus the Chad.
I am fine with the state. I'm fine with the state eliminating me because I
Chad
know I go to
Imperious
Christ.
takes finger in butt, willing to die for
I don't
pigs.
care about this life. This life means nothing. Death is just the beginning.
Well, that's why we have.
If you're a true believer, you know death is the beginning. So I
I'm
would much
fearing
rather-
Imperious right now.
Yeah, but you never know where
No,
you're
what
gonna
I'm saying is, if you're a true believer and you are fine with dying for the greater good. If the state is going to impose, so these communists and these Muslims and these fucking women have no voice, I am fine if I'm caught as collateral damage. I'm fine with that. Just like
procedures and
I
policy
pray
for things
every
like
day
that.
for the
I mean,
comet to
it
hit
goes
the
on
Earth.
to
I'm fine with the comet
Fair
hitting me
enough, but I'm gonna play this video.
as long as the disease of the human race is
you've made
on
your
it.
point. You've made your point, bro.
I mean, the problem,
and not
if
you haven't just
policy
made
for
your
things like
point.
that.
We've listened
I mean,
to you.
It goes on to cavity searches. If we're concerned about something
Orthodox,
like
please
that.
pause the video
But
for a bit.
I mean,
Imperious, genuine fucking respect for being as consistent as you are with it. It's been exceedingly funny to like hear all of these quotes on their own, but genuinely, it is neat to like see you not make fucking excuses for this attitude and just take all it entails. You know, and you've communicated a very effective point given
consistent.
that. Okay.
You got to hold yourself to the same standard. If
I said this
believe
to
that-
try and like move on with the stream. I'll be honest.
Okay, anyways, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I'll shut up. Go ahead.
I appreciate
policy is there
yapping quite a bit, but we do have to get on with the
to
stream.
protect you
at
and the
some point later.
citizens of illegal searches. And perfectly in this situation, I get that other people, there was found on him, but there was no found on him.
But it wasn't a problem then. Why is it a problem now? Because I didn't find anything and because he made a complaint on me?
Well, it's because it's a violation of law and policy.
Then why wasn't this addressed when that was going on?
I don't know why it was addressed. I mean, this is the first that we've gotten a complaint about it.
Okay.
And you know, put yourself in that. If that was your son or your daughter, and they just dropped off a friend who smoked marijuana in the car, and an officer pulls up, and they smell the marijuana, and they thinking what you're thinking, and they pull him out, and they search him the way you searched him in a parking lot with people walking around. How do you think you'd feel about the officer doing that to your child?
Well, this isn't my child. This wasn't anyone's. This wasn't an upstanding citizen.
Personally.
It doesn't affect me personally. They're a dog. They're less than me.
This was a guy that
That's what he's going to say.
that gets arrested for crack possession, that goes to jail, that comes and wants to get a good cop off the street and file a complaint. That's what this guy is. That's what this kind of person is.
Yeah, but we can't take somebody's past and use it against them for anything future. I mean, what if this guy has
talking about?
You know, he found Jesus and he's come clean and he's trying to get his life.
So why does he smell like weed now?
Maybe somebody was in the car.
Why didn't he say that? Did he say that during?
Well, he doesn't have to say it.
Well,
I guess we should get rid of the sex offender list, right? Because you can't blame people for their past.
Maybe that.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb. But at the same
we should
time,
get rid of
like,
the sex offender
putting
list.
your
Don't worry about
finger
it.
in a man's butthole during a search when you didn't find anything in his car or under his
The point
sack.
is, like, he's making a moral point, but he's
too
also
far.
making the point that has to be made from the fact that he is the chief police. He's the head of the police department
But
locally.
he's not following his regular. If he had a specific code of conduct in their police training manuals that he could cite, he would. What he's citing.
Well,
right
that's
there,
U.S. law.
That's U.S. law. You can't hold prior convictions
Yes, you
as
can.
like.
Yes, you can. That's probable cause. Yes, it is.
It's probable cause, but he didn't know any of that.
No,
And you have to consider, this is something I wanted to bring up
No,
earlier.
his
You have
PC
to
was Windows 10.
You have to consider all of these. You have to work around all of these
Yes,
from the
it's a
perspective of
totality of the
who
circumstances. Yes.
who would abuse these systems. You cannot work around what is reasonable. You have to assume that someone will abuse the system. And if this outcome
On both
has
sides,
only
the cop
come
side
because
and
someone abused the
the
system,
cop side and the guy's side, both sides abuse it. The cops abuse the
Yeah.
system, and so do the people. You have to determine what variance of abuse you can accept, because any system, by human beings' innate, by our innate fallenness, but because we're fallen, we're going to take advantage. Everybody in a situation, no matter what they're in, no matter how good they are, is going to try to bend a situation to take advantage of it. It's just
So here's where I'm going to take a stance. I'm okay with the level of exploitation of the system when the crack is under your balls. If you manage to get all your drugs stuffed upside your asshole, underneath your ball sack, you won. It's not fair, right? The cops should be able to catch you with those evil drugs and put you in, prison. But you win, So just like
Now, did he
on
search
your
him?
side, the cop can get away with a little wiggle of the finger. I'm gonna say on my side, if you can manage to get it under your balls, you win. You're scot free.
Okay, yeah, I can accept that.
Wait, ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second. By the way, to our wonderful audience, we have hit the $100 goal. And whenever we hit the $200, not the $100 goal, but we are halfway through our goal for the $200 for the bow and or ammo for the shooting vid. It's looking like the bow is winning. There is a poll up.
I'll send you $5 for that 50 BMG video I gave. If you want to play that, just play the short clip.
Okay. I want to know the context for this. What do you mean by the bow and ammo? Is that like a code for something, or are you actually going to try and learn the bow?
So I'm starting to do entertaining videos, right, for like non-streaming stuff, and everybody said they would be interested in me doing a shooting video. And since ammo is expensive, and I said I could do it with a bow, but my bow got stolen, so it's either ammo for one of the platforms.
Oh, dude, you have a hunting bow? That's sick.
I did have a hunting bow, but but I can find another. I can get another one, about a 40-pound bow.
I feel like almost a
Pawn Star.
hunting bow would be better self-defense for the home, because it's like after you hit them with it, it tortures them. You know what I mean? Like if you hit someone, no, but I mean if you hit someone with a 2,200-pound like hunting war bow, dude, the amount of projectile power that bolt is going to hit somebody with is going to split you open, and you're going to be sitting there with like your sternum ripped open, dying slowly.
Oh, especially if you have the heads on it the heads that I had. I am not a.
Oh yeah,
I do not believe in animal rights. I want to drop them, and I want them to be.
Well, you want to kill the animal as quick as you
throat.
can. That is animal rights.
Yeah.
It's the most humane way.
Yeah,
That's why
fair enough. Yeah.
Like that's the thing. That's why you never take a 22 to hunt a deer.
No, not at all. That would be retarded.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like you take a round, like you take a 308.
I either hunt with hollow points or Full Metal Jacket. And people are like, why do you hunt with Full Metal Jacket? Because I want to straight up penetrate the deer or the animal that I'm hunting.
Yeah, you don't want fucking bullet fragments.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
speaking of, I'm gonna send you something Orthodox. The funniest shit I've fucking read in regards to hunting deer. Put it on the stream if you'd like.
People get upset with me because they're like, oh, well, you use hollow points, but you don't want bullet fragments. Like, have you ever seen what happens when you hit a deer in the chest with a hollow point?
Yeah.
It drops. It fucking drops. If I hit it in the collarbone with a fucking Full Metal Jacket, guess what? It shatters that and it drops. I can come and drive my fucking knife in its throat or in its brain. I don't have to track it the fuck down. It doesn't suffer more than it needs to.
The whole thing is the torture of the animal. If you hit it with something, it's gonna, number one, it's gonna run off. It's going to more work for you to chase it down. Number two, it's torture for the animal, what that's going to do is lead predators to the carcass. You don't want the animal laying out that dead. You want to skin it quick and get the meat off the mountain.
Field dress, get the fuck on. Either that. See, me personally, I like hunting on my family's property or a friend's property. So I have a 4-wheeler so I can fucking stab the bitch in the brain, slit its throat, and let it fucking bleed out while I slap it on the back of a 4-wheeler, and then we go put it in a tree and then gut it that way. That way we can process everything. Because I don't know if y'all have ever had socks made from deer hide, but that shit is comfy as fuck. Rabbit hide is the only thing I found more comfy than that.
Deer hide suit. Well, it's almost like it's more flexible than rabbit. You know what I mean? Like it's a little bit more. I don't know how you'd say it, but it's nice. Yeah. Well, have you ever tried alpaca? Alpaca.
No, alpaca. No,
oh,
I have not.
alpaca. Yeah. If you can hunt those things and skin that the fur. Oh my god, it's great, dude. Great stuff.
So this is from Shro. Went on a, I don't know what Reddit that or what 4chan post is from. Saw a post where a guy killed a deer and asked how to properly make use of it and field dress it. When people said just make sure to watch out for bullet fragments in the meat, he responded with, which is fucking ironically one of the funniest ways to hunt a deer I think I've ever heard. No guns. I lured it towards me with some frozen corn and then hit it on the head with a roofing hammer. But I live right next to a state park and made sure to get a tag.
That's funny.
I can fucking imagine like the 3 stars like circling around its head before it falls over.
All I imagine is the game warden standing on like the line of the federal property, just looking at the guy with squinted eyes. Like, you know what I mean?
The game warden's like, I know, like, the game warden's like, you know that's illegal, right? The game warden's like, the game warden's like, I respect it, so I'll let it go this time. Won't do it again.
And the game wardens are the ones you don't fuck with either. They're worse than anyone, dude. You fuck with the game wardens, they'll fuck you up, dude.
The patrol of any given state or the fucking game warden or the marshals. You do not dick around with them unless they're women because it's funny.
But he doesn't have to.
Fucking cops
Well,
are like
chicks,
sticking their
dude. Even the
fingers in your
chicks are
asses.
usually the big old butch dykes, dude. The chicks and if they're wardens, they're usually the butch dykes that actually know how to hunt and do shit too. That's what's scary.
Here's a funny story. My dad was a this might be what finally doxes me. My dad was a big time federal probationeer because he did a very bad federal thing. And his probation officer was a U.S. Marshal.
Was he the second gunman on the grassy knoll, or
no?
I just thought that you'd laugh at that.
Yeah, it was quite humorous. But so he was on federal probation, and his probation officer was a U.S. Marshal, and it was like, and she wasn't a dyke. She was like a normal, like conservative woman. But she just got into the career and she wound up being a U.S. Marshal and she specialized in probation. So whenever somebody was on federal probation, they would choose people like her who are marshals, but are also like probationers or whatever you call them. And like, I was just sharpening my hunting knife all menacingly while she was doing his probation visit. And then she asked me to check my guns. And so I'm like, no, I know my rights. I don't have to. I own this house and it's behind 2 locked doors. You can go fuck yourself. And she didn't like that. She didn't like that at all. So she made a big deal about me sharpening my knife when she was there for the visit. She's like, I just feel uncomfortable and safe. And I'm like, you have a 45 on your hip, ma'am, and I'm sitting on a couch. If I jump up and you can't shoot me, that's just on you.
The more likelihood is that you sitting there, she'll shoot you.
Yeah, like, no, I'm just sitting there like, and she's like, well, I just would want you to put the knife down. And like, it wound up being like, I didn't realize the situation I was actually in because I'm autistic and retarded. And I'm just like spitting on my fucking whetstone, like just sharpening my knife. This bitch, and then my dad starts like yelling at me too. I didn't realize that's in this current world. That's probable cause for her to drop me. I did not realize that.
Did you see that police body cam footage where a woman cop and a guy were clearing a house and she shot at like a mirror or whatever, and the guy went and almost hit her partner?
It's fucking crazy. But yeah, no, I did not know that she was within her full rights to fucking drop me at that point in time.
I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I'll shoot you that 5 when I get back so you can play that BMG 50 clip, all right?
I want to give like a throwback to like 6 months ago. To every man who complains about, oh, every woman who says I would rather meet a bear than a random man in the woods, think of it this way. Would you rather, as a man, meet a bear in the woods or be pulled over by a female cop? You know?
I'd rather meet a bear in the woods. Wait, no, it depends. Is the female hot cop? Is the female cop hot?
It doesn't matter if she's hot or not. As a matter of fact, if she's ugly, I might have a better chance of.
Yeah, but see, I want to be pulled over by Bergdahl.
Of course, everybody wants to be pulled over by Bergdahl.
Yeah, like I want the.
I'm saying straight up though, bears are fucking like I can reason with a pig. And here's the thing, dude. If you act like a slave and just do everything they tell you to do, including letting them finger your butthole, and you know what I'm saying, you're not gonna die. They'll violate every single one of your rights. They'll break every law in the book, but you're not gonna die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Janice.
Do you know what the Fifth Amendment is? Do you know what that is?
Do you know what that is, Sloss?
Not incriminate yourself. So during a traffic stop, I don't have to say a word to you.
Okay, well, he was saying how it was the black and mild smelling.
He didn't have to. What I'm saying is he didn't have to say a word.
Okay.
He didn't even have to talk to you. Here's my license, and that's the extent of it.
Okay.
And then you have to investigate at the call.
And I did investigate it.
Right, but you're investigating.
I investigated that ass.
You investigated based on his past. You felt like it was
just
worth.
his past. It was everything going on. It wasn't just his past. I told you. It's the totality of the circumstance. It's not just people's past. It's their actions and behaviors while I'm on scene with them, during my contact with them, is how I go about my job. And I felt strongly that it was hidden inside his pants, somewhere and concealed.
I felt strongly it was in his ass.
His private area, or concealed in his.
He certainly felt strongly about
Based
getting
on my
his
experiences as a cop here. That's where they hide the, and that's why I did what I did.
And you feel it's justified to do that type of search to get the.
For marijuana, no. For the smell of marijuana, no. Did I do too much? Was I trying to do too much because of maybe I didn't want this guy getting away with this? Yeah.
So what if you found in his ass? Is it justified?
If I found,
yeah.
It's over.
You feel
for
like
him.
it's justified for you to conduct that search.
So all I get from this scene, this would be my interaction. This is how I envision the chief and him ending this conversation.
Nicely done.
I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
That's just him. That's just him. And the police chief when the camera goes off.
Do you feel like it's justified for you to conduct that search? If it was more than marijuana.
how is that I don't understand how using the blade of my hand on his butt. I don't understand how that's a search.
Well, take the blade out. You stuck your hand in his private area,
Right, and I
search.
told you that's where they hide it.
That's a violation of your.
Okay, so I admit to a violation.
Well, what I'm trying to get is your peace of mind when it comes to searching people, whether you think it's right or wrong, and if there's a line you cross. I think you see the means justify the ends if you are able to get the narcotics or the gun or whatever it is at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But there's laws that protect people in this country that prevent you from allowing you to do that without probable cause.
I feel like I had probable cause.
Just
Or
because you smelled marijuana.
Reasonable suspicion on his behavior, on his actions, his attitude.
But you
reasonable suspicion is not probable cause.
You smell marijuana.
Yes.
And based on a smell, you felt like it was justified to strip search him in a parking lot.
I do not feel like I strip searched him.
Well, per our policy, you did. And actually, our policy mimics state statute. So that same wording in our policy is taken straight from state statute.
I don't see how checking underneath his private area and then using the blade of my hand on his buttocks. I don't understand how that's a strip search. I don't.
Because it's not that you felt a gun and you were trying to do it for officer safety. You're smelling and it wasn't there.
Right. It wasn't there.
Right. So
you smelled
everything you
nothing.
did to this guy was not just.
Can you pause it for a second?
When do you feel that
To be clear, this isn't like a deposition or a criminal investigation. It could lead to one, and it could even be the same cops that do it. But this is like a procedural policy type conversation. This is because if he had essentially said, you know what, I fucked up, I shouldn't have done that. I didn't understand certain aspects of probable cause or reasonable suspicion, but I'm going to up my training. I won't make the same mistake again. It's possible this guy doesn't lose his job. Gets put right back out on the street to drink a more booty hole. It's because he doubled down on it. That's why the administrative action here is to fire him. Whether or not he gets charged is an entirely separate issue. Now, he is admitting to crimes, and that can be used against him. But you can see how they're not even really focused on that. They're trying to get a sense of his state of mind. And he's like, yeah, of course I'm going to check. I'll check the next 150 booty holes if I have to. And if I find a single bag of crack, it was all justified in the end.
Like, I like you and I want you. And when I want you, I'm going to have you.
That it's justified to search a person for whatever reason.
When you're arresting them?
So that's perfect on this one. He wasn't even arrested. Right. That's where our part.
Maybe the cops in such crazy denial and lots of stupidity that he doesn't know he's wrong. But everyone, Twitter, I also posted the StreamYard in there for you guys on Twitter if y'all want to join. I just posted in chat. I'm about to drop the Discord for the game stream tonight. Joe, are you gonna be here for the Jackbox games tonight?
Oh shit, you're doing Jackbox tonight?
It's gonna be at 11:00 tonight. The Discord is dropped. If you guys join the Discord during the stream, you don't have to get vetted. And that's even on offer until 30 minutes after the stream, but after that you got to get vetted.
If I am done sorting out shit with my own schedule, I'd be more than happy to come and join. I didn't know you were hosting this.
Yeah, I was gonna. This started out as an announcement stream for that, but then Dennison and Ryan sent money. We started having fun. So, for those of you in the Twitter, I dropped my channel link. I would love if you guys hit that link and subscribe and share the video either on Twitter or wherever. You guys feel free to hit the Discord. Again, we're going to be going live tonight at 11. The stream so far, we got another hour to go because it was extended 2 hours by Ryan and Dennison. So we will be ending at 6 o'clock. That gives me 5 hours to get ready unless somebody else extends the stream. And that if you want to extend it for 30 minutes, that's $10. If you want to extend it for an hour, that's $15. You can hit the Cash App that's pulled up on screen to do that. But yes, tonight we will be doing that, and I would appreciate you guys in Twitter if y'all hit that at least hit that YouTube link and subscribe to the channel. I would appreciate that. Y'all can hit the StreamYard link and jump on panel. That's an offer to everyone out there in La La Land, and everyone is also welcome to join the Discord. Remember, if you join now during the show, there is no vetting, but if you join after the show, you will have to be vetted. But let's get back to the video.
Parsley starts.
Searching. What do you talk? Do you mean strip search?
I'm talking about any search. You're saying you're able to, or you feel you're justified in searching anyone if you think you have enough to do it, whether it be you smell it, their attitude, or their past history.
I don't feel like that was a full-blown search.
Well, what's missing?
I think it was still tough. I still think it was still tough to like.
Bro, how the fuck does he feel like it's not a full-blown search? He searched his car. He patted him down. He fondled his nutsack and jacked him off. He fucking shoved a finger up his ass.
Shout out to Rude Mudcrab. I don't know if he's still out there, but he checked his hat after all that.
Oh no!
He did everything you just said, and then He lifted up his baseball cap and put it back down just to make sure, it wasn't there the whole time. He was following this dude's ball sack.
Do we even know what a full-on search is? At this point, I think he had to fucking put the guy on his knees and shove his dipstick in his mouth and then bend him over and fucking check his goddamn intestines at this point.
He got shot a flashlight up his ass.
I don't feel like that.
Let's run that shit back and hear what this doofus ass got to say.
That was a full-blown search.
This is why he got fired too, by the way. Don't forget.
I still think it was still tucked away, and I just
still
couldn't feel
think it was tucked
All
away.
those other cops still have their jobs.
But I wasn't trying to go any further than I did. I think it went.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was only to listen, Sarge. It wasn't even all the way to the second knuckle. I mean, come on.
Wasn't sexual in nature. I'm not
And I
gay.
just couldn't feel it. If you really want to know, it was still tucked. I still think it was
tucked away. I just couldn't feel it.
still tucked away, and I just couldn't feel it.
Bro, how do you think this man was able to shove that fucking crack rock or that weed up his ass that deep before y'all approached the car? That is fucking wild.
If you really want to know the truth, but I wasn't trying to go any further than I did.
I think you went pretty far. I think if there was anything in there, especially.
Bro, even the fucking chief commissioner, even the interviewer can't hold back, bro. What else can you draw from this? He's got to take some jabs.
Go any further than I did.
I think you went pretty far. I think if there was anything in there, especially a mountain smelling.
No, I didn't. The video, yeah, you can look at the video all day long. I know what happened. I know what happened there because I was there. And you guys can look at the video all day long and say this and say that. I know what truly happened. Was
right.
Hey, Brody's got a side hustle selling bootleg DVDs.
Justified? I feel like it was. And it may not meet the mold of the policy here, but I feel like it was. And I've made arrests and I found a lot of drugs doing that same
He
method.
did not know how to save his job.
You know this gentleman could file a federal lawsuit against you for unlawful search and seizure. Are you aware of that?
I mean, you could sue anybody for anything these days. So,
well,
if he feels like he really needs to.
Well,
the guy's literally trying to tell him, you broke the law. It's not a civil suit. You will go to prison.
I don't know. According to you, he hasn't done anything, and a lot of people are all talk, right?
I get it. I'm just making you aware of that.
He's trying to get a good cop off the street, and you guys are entertaining it. At the end of the day, that's what it is.
Well, I have to entertain every complaint, and to be honest with
that's
you,
why I even told him to go and file a complaint.
Right.
That's why Bias told him, if you have a complaint, go file it. But if you listen to the video, he consents to whatever I'm going to do. Just get it over with so I can leave. If you listen to it, just go ahead.
But that doesn't make it okay.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
All right. I'm not going to argue with you.
Well, I'm just trying to get your state of mind at the time.
My state of mind was he was hiding something, and
up his ass.
This was probably the second time. And based on his history, based on his actions that day, based on the totality of the circumstance of everything going on, the heavy smell of weed that was inside the car, we took him out, then it was coming from him. I felt like it was concealed on his person based on my experiences in the past with the arrests that I've made and the contact that I've had with people.
Okay.
How many buttholes has this guy fingered in the past?
I don't think this guy realized it's probably because he's so sick that the shit is normalized to him. But I don't think he realizes that saying he's done this in the past is incriminating him.
Right.
No, they had to have fired him immediately after this interview was over. Like the police chief was like, get rid of his fucking ass now, tomorrow, like yesterday. Get rid of his ass yesterday, even. Because, I guarantee you they did not want the smoke that this guy was going to deliver. But some other police department was like, you know what? We could use, there's a lot of asses in our town that need to be fingered.
Gotta maintain
How come you
order.
didn't complete a report on that call that you searched them
Remember, if the Deimos gets fucking uppity, just rape them.
and backed up Officer Rhodes
Imperius is just a buck breaker.
or anything?
I don't think Officer Rose even wrote a report.
No, he didn't. He gave him a ticket.
Okay. You don't write reports on just tickets, right?
Well, it was a little bit more than just a ticket. I mean, that's why we're here, are we not?
It was just a ticket, then it became a complaint, and then you guys
They're
put me on
searching the
suspension.
fuck
So I
out
don't
of
know
this
when I was
room.
supposed to do a report.
Well,
And then even Sergeant Moon said this was going to be nothing.
Why would he
So
say
it's
that?
gonna be- I don't know. Ask him.
Bro just outed his fellow.
He said he was going to take. He didn't know how he was going to explain it, but I said, "Is this going to be? Think this is going to be an IA?" He said, "I don't think so."
Well, he testified that he spoke to you in the past about going up to the line, past it, and he actually talked about this after
We had a
the
conversation.
Okay,
So this man outright has, for sure. This one Bumpkin got caught. This man has outright, for sure, definitely fucking fingered buttholes before.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And his superiors told him, listen, bro, it's not that you can't finger a butthole, right? Here and there. You understand? I got it. Sometimes you gotta lift the nuts a little. Maybe you shake them a little bit, see if anything's gonna fall out. It's the way you do it. You gotta go up to the line of ball fondling, but don't cross it. You see? You crossed the line.
You gotta make them afraid first, so they don't snitch, you know? You just go straight for the reach around.
You just go straight.
That's fucking wild.
Not just this, about everything going on.
Right.
You know, because I feel like he was maybe
This
concerned
is so great about this video.
might be going on in my personal life.
Bro, I can't get over that they extra searched this car and found nothing.
This is like the perfect example of police.
And then decided after they done grabbed this man's dick and got called an invader. It's like, I'll show him for calling me an invader. I want to invade something, all right. Like, they extra searched the fuck out of this car. Didn't find anything. It's like, oh, by the way, your car doesn't smell like weed anymore, but I'm gonna put my finger in your butt anyway. Like, that's fucking wild.
And things like that, how it may be affecting my job. And yeah, things.
This man definitely did have the call of booty. That's for sure.
Listen, it's not gay if there's a certain
this
dominance.
really had nothing to do with, this was.
No, this ain't even a certain dominance, all right? I stand by 10 toes down. It's not gay if it's a certain dominance, all right?
He's literally got a badge and a gun on.
But that's the thing. The badge and the guns is what.
And he did it with a crowd.
This man literally.
He did it in public.
He literally was like, bro, I'm surprised he didn't pull his finger out and sniff it afterwards.
I'm saying.
The police officer.
Officer Moon.
This had to be sexual for him. There's no other way.
Said when you had your taser download every month or yearly or quarterly, they do taser downloads to get the report. She stated that when she did your taser download, you didn't have any cartridges in your taser. You were out of cartridges, basically. You had an empty taser, and you were a little shocked that there was no cartridges in there.
No, I think there was one missing.
Okay, but I couldn't find any usages for a taser.
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened with that?
I think maybe just one dropped out.
Okay. Okay.
I was weirded out that there was only one in there.
Right. Yeah.
Which had to have been recent because I check the thing once every week.
Well, and that's why I said I looked at your response to resistance, and I didn't see any dealing with a
I'll do the
taser.
spark test once a week, so it had to have been fairly recent that I might have lost one.
Okay. All right. You have anything you want to add?
Do you understand at this point in time, after reviewing all of this today, the proper procedures that you must adhere to as it applies to searches of
To keep my
persons?
job, yes. To keep my job, yes. I understand that.
Because it's about your job, not the fact that you
To
raped
keep
me.
my job, I promise I will not finger any of these plebs, citizen buttholes. That's crazy.
Christ. They
I
just
like this
don't
job.
fuck. People
I feel
who
like I
don't
helped the
get
community.
it,
Everybody
don't
out here knows what.
don't get it. This man genuinely thinks it's just about a public inconvenience and not the fact that raping people is wrong, much less abusing your job and a position of authority to rape people is wrong.
And by the way, penetration equals rape. He raped this man in public.
Who I am.
Yeah.
I know.
I
you're
still
proactive
say it's
officer, I get
SA.
it.
And it's just not being about proactive. It's about,
Well, the difference
when and this is what gets me in trouble. It's the fact that, I care.
Actually, there's no difference.
See, rape is just advanced SA, to be honest.
Yeah. Rape is explicitly involving sex, I suppose. Yeah. SA can just be like, oh, you fucking, like, cat call a 15-year-old. That's
No.
still okay, even if it's not rape.
No. No, I'm talking about actual assault.
Yeah.
I mean,
fact that I care, and I'm not a
I don't know how you couldn't consider this that. He is genuinely at risk of being shot and dying if he doesn't comply with getting butt raped.
That's why it's SA. But but catcalling a chick is not SA. That could be harassment. That could be SH.
Harassment, I guess. If that's distinct from SA, then yeah, I see the difference.
Yeah, like one is you're committing a violent crime on a person, right? But it's S related.
They're looking for a tiny sack of weed. They grabbed this man's balls, literally fondled his dick and balls, and then shoved a finger in his ass.
Yeah, they pulled him over because they quote unquote smelled weed. And
no, window tint.
They pulled him over for the window tint. They pulled him over for the
window tint was the only PC they had.
And then they said that they smelled weed.
They said that they smelled weed, and they couldn't find anything in his car, which meant that this cop, through the body cam that we're viewing, decided to find it in his ass.
And if you go back an hour and a half, you can see where a cop actually sexually assaults a woman. To be fair, she's got big as fuck titties. She was hot. She was hot. But it's not okay.
Yeah, Ricky, I was just about to say that. Shout out to Rude Mud Crab. They fondled him, grabbed his dick, put their finger in his ass, and then checked under his baseball cap. Can't make it up.
What you don't understand is they weren't checking under the baseball cap. That was the pat on the head calling him a good boy.
Robot. And I'm never going to be a robot where you just go out, oh, sorry, ma'am, I can't.
Yeah, he's a sex bot.
Help you. Or here's, oh, you need the number of the DV shelter. I don't know, look it up on Google. I go a little farther. It's not just the arrest that I make. A lot of people, know who I am.
Sometimes he kisses them on the forehead after he molests them.
And because of the work that I do.
No.
Is I go farther than most of these cops. I care a little bit more. And Commander, that gets me in trouble too. It's because I care.
Well,
I
can
really
see that,
care a lot.
As long
I can
as
see that.
You can do that. You can be that guy and be that helpful and also stay within the boundary and be.
What is this man not getting that he literally just can't grab people's dicks, jack them off, and then shove a finger up their ass? Like he is heartbroken.
Maybe he thinks the guy said, "Take me, I'm yours."
No, man. But this guy, this whole video has been just angry that he can't finger the people
A bunghole.
that he has detained. He's like, what's the point of detaining them if I can't put a finger in their butt, Chief? Fuck.
This guy needs to work in a prison somewhere. That's how they do it in prison.
I agree with you, and I have to do a better job of.
Chuck, I don't know how long that you or Vanta have been watching, but this man found nothing after doing all this.
About 7 minutes.
Right.
So you see that they searched the fuck out of that car, right?
Did this guy get fired?
What are they looking for? Oh, rescue a kill. Okay.
Just a little bit of weed, but like
according to the cop, it wasn't in the car.
The cop grabbed his dick first, and then they moved him to the cop car, right? And you can see where the cop full on like fondled his dick above the pants, right? And then they undo his belt, go literally skin to glove, grabbing this man's penis and balls, and like stroking his shaft, moving him around, and then
Gave him a reach around, huh?
Well, and then he moves back and starts patting him on the back. You can literally see the guy move forward where the fucking finger enters.
I mean, is that not sexual assault? That's sexual assault, right?
Yes. Yeah. Like, he literally this guy was being held down by a black cop while a white cop put his finger in his ass looking for a little bit of weed.
Oh wait, the other cop held him.
No, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The cop literally said your car smells like weed. When they come back, said, well, it doesn't smell like your car doesn't smell like weed anymore, but we're still gonna rape you. I mean, search you. Like the fuck?
Did you say the other cop held him while the other cop did that?
Yes.
There's actually 4 cops there.
Holy
I'd rather just
but yes.
go straight away. Don't touch me. Just send me to jail. Don't touch me.
Yeah,
there were 2 squads there, right?
Bro, at this point, I'd either be dead or going to jail for assault of a police officer.
Yeah, facts, yeah.
I hope the guy filed some sort of action against this officer.
Well, that's what this conversation is, because we don't watch the actual search video.
Mm.
And I can go back and play it for all the new people, but I do want to get through the actual things.
But you're fine. You're fine.
No, you're fine. I get the gist of it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's just funny. I hate to say it, but it's funny.
Myself, is it worth it?
Right, you might not get him today.
Is it worth it going and getting a little marijuana that guy might be hiding from me? But it wasn't about the marijuana. It's the fact that he was lying to me, and I knew he wasn't.
I had to rape him because he was lying.
No, it wasn't even the law. No.
And I didn't want to.
That's what they do.
Instead of the long arm of the law, this is the long dick of the law.
You gotta be grateful for a guy that's this. He has his head this far up his own ass.
For as long as I have,
because this is how they think.
You're a cop, I've been working.
But most of them are smart enough not to say it out loud.
I don't want to go and hide in Zone 3.
No, I
go to Walmart and make the theft arrest and sit there all day, like some of the guys do. I'm in the thick of things. I'm driving around Peachtree Street, Prospect Ave, Fern Ave.
He was in the thick of things, wasn't he?
And I do that probably 100 times a shift. And the people that I deal with, they're not going to be the upstanding citizens that most of these cops.
Yeah, no, this dude is openly admitting that he has fingered so many assholes while searching people.
Yeah,
he genuinely just doesn't fucking get it. He thinks the only issue is what this presents.
Finger of the law.
Yeah. Orthodox, was this during the summer? Because Pride Month and all that.
No, this was March. This was March 12th, 2019.
Deal with. I'm not.
Well, could you imagine this happening the same year as
This is
Floyd?
pre-BLM. Okay.
Could you imagine this happening the same year as Floyd? Like just a year later, and this would have ended.
Bro, the cops would no longer exist as an institution if the Floyd protests or riots could ride with this. Holy shit.
I mean, I'm just gonna throw it out there, but the same exact thing definitely happened the same year as Floyd. At least a few times.
Okay. I'll say why I'm gonna go in and do my job. And
wait.
Hey, y'all think they just started fingering people with George Floyd? That's been going on.
No. Before that, most certainly. But imagine if, George Floyd caused a lot of protests. Imagine if George Floyd got raped during that footage and then died.
But the thing is, it sounds crazy, but the thing is, the police will still exist, but they will have a Rainbow Police Academy. You just have a Rainbow Police. You get rid of the heteros, jail them. Yeah, it would be a
perfect.
Zesty police.
I have the perfect body cam footage video for after this one, and I'm not going to ruin the surprise, but I'm no talking. We're going to run through this one. We can laugh and comment, but I'm not going to pause it, and then I'm going to rewind it and let the new people. I want to see their honest reaction. But the next one is so perfect.
Before we do that, I just want to say, I can't remember your name, but Somalian guy. Welcome back to the stream. I haven't talked to you in a bit.
Oh yeah, likewise, man. Thank you. Good to be back. Yeah.
Excuse me for not remembering your name. Somalian guy is the least flattering way.
What you're doing is not. You're getting to the arrest part. They're not doing anything. So I mean, yeah, you got a gun off the street, is what you said. However, the guy's on the street now. Maybe he wouldn't have been on the street if you had the video, if you had a good search or whatever. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's all for nothing because you're getting that gun off, but they're turning around. But those are the things that ruin cops on the stand. Mm-hmm. It's because of the lack of integrity. And I'll tell them if you want.
That doesn't matter.
The friendliness experiences, whether they're on him.
You out of your car. I smell like.
Y'all see this shit?
My car don't smell like weed. Because you're smelling. Oh, no, I smell like weed. How the hell? You were in your car. I took you out of your car. Your car doesn't smell like weed. I smell like weed. You smell.
I hope you let the guy finish.
Oh. Back up a little bit.
Why is he all in pink? Zesty.
Literally undoing this man's belt and pants.
That's crazy, man.
Look at finally you can see him.
That's wild.
Dog, you ain't seen shit yet.
Crazy,
This is just
Son of a
the tip
bitch.
of this here iceberg.
Y'all in my shit, man.
Look at it.
Ain't nothing there. Shut your mouth,
Everybody
okay?
that supports us, shut your mouth. I thought you're ruining it. You're making it weird.
Come on, now.
That alone is a sexual assault.
Anything in your ass?
Oh no! No! Listen.
Come on, now. How you like that? Anything in your ass?
Yes.
Thing in your ass.
We smell
Yeah, your
hands smells
finger.
like
Christ,
Look,
bro.
you can see
I had a date that went exactly like this.
Do me a favor. Sit down.
Right.
You can see the head bounce when his fucking fingers penetrates him. Look.
Hope your hands smell like straight.
Oh, you can see it.
Do me a favor.
God damn, bro.
And to be honest, I should be not laughing. That's serious, man. I should not be laughing.
Yeah, no, it's so fucked up. It's so
yeah.
fucked up. You can't do anything but laugh.
This really is the 21st century. Just this
All right,
is.
look, if I was a cop, I would lose my job over this one too. By the way.
How do you think that?
Bro,
Oh, I've already
I'm
lost
not
my
that kind of
job.
guy.
Moments
But
when
like, if
cops
this is
struggle to keep their
beheadable
composure,
behavior, and like,
especially when faced with a pretty side.
I can't spare anyone from that, you know.
Yeah.
And I know you wouldn't ask me to spare you from it.
Yeah,
You did
I can
that.
see why cops can lose that because these goofy heifers with their titties out, everything. Oh lord.
Nah, play some real shit.
Okay. In what world? Okay, I'm gonna say this. This is probably gonna make me the contrarian among y'all. It doesn't matter how they fucking dress. You as a man have better expected from you than fucking doing whatever to a woman.
Suspect.
It's your job to resist temptation, no matter how that temptation manifests.
I agree.
After abusing
I agree.
his position to flirt with.
Yeah.
No, exactly.
Stand right there for me. Okay.
Yeah, she's thicker than a
Doesn't
Snicker.
matter. It doesn't matter if it's your fault. It's still your responsibility.
Get out of jail free move.
I know you were getting pulled over. Told you you were going too fast. Nobody listens to me.
I'm not.
That didn't seem real even.
Orthodox, I have a plan.
How do you think that you're going to?
Huh?
I have a plan when it comes to like women. Just let the goofy female cops arrest the women. How about we have gender segregated police officers? Hey men, you deal with the men.
Remember,
ladies,
very
you deal with
important.
the women.
Okay,
Is that
then
far-fetched?
I gotta ask, what do you do about the fuck? What do they call the third one? I don't recall.
To be fair, this chick is hot.
I don't think this video's even real.
Yeah,
though, is it?
she's mid. She
I'm gonna
doesn't
show
really have
my
a good
tits.
face.
I'm not gonna get a ticket.
She's mid.
I'm with you,
Big goggle,
Denison.
big goggle.
This
big
is
goggle.
one of
No,
them
no.
state.
Put on some
This is
real
one of them
body
state.
camera shit, man. Some
Yeah.
actual fucking police shit.
You think it's staged?
Yeah.
This is clickbait nonsense.
Yeah,
Yep.
she's smiling too much. She's too happy. Look at her.
No.
Look at her.
Oh
This
lord,
is
you
some of that
can't watch
TikTok
that.
shit.
Alright, fair
That
enough.
almost looked like the start of a porn, bro. Be careful. Might go somewhere you don't want it.
But
I saw once I was looking through it and saw that bitch get grabbed by the head and pushed down. I'm like, yeah, we can't watch this one on here.
But is it too far-fetched to say men should deal with male crimes and women handle these bitches out there? Let's go.
Do police
Go.
activity.
Did we ever get that? I know they was working on it. Did the thing ever get passed where there's a national database for these bad cops?
Sort of. The Brady law, was trying.
This was fairly new within the last couple of years. They were trying to pass a national database of bad cops.
He said that.
Well, we do have one.
The Simpsons episode.
It's just not mandatory,
Oh, okay.
and it's not enforced.
Gotcha.
It was created by the Brady Bill.
Maybe you guys need some Sharia. I don't know. Maybe.
By the way, welcome Peace Dynamo. I'm glad you're off work and you're listening. Thank you for being here with us. Thank you all for being here with us. Let's watch some more. You want me to look up police activity?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be looking that up. We can watch this one for now. This is a drunk woman who is apparently taking her underage stepdaughter to a bar while driving.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
What's wrong with that?
I'm not even gonna answer that because I'm gonna hope you said it as a joke.
He did. His delivery is just that good. That's one of the things I love about Chuck.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, maybe the stepdaughter wanted to get drunk too.
How you doing?
Okay.
Good. You got a license?
Do that at home. Don't take it to a
Where are you
bar.
heading today?
I am heading let them to the bar.
Let them. To the
That is a good point though, bro. Like
Where are you coming from?
the solutions to stupid shit like this usually are pretty simple.
It is.
Yeah. Don't fucking take her to a bar with some creep, some fucking pedo will deal with her.
Okay. Yeah.
You can buy alcohol. You can take it home.
Yep. Guys can fucking even watch a movie and have popcorn.
Exactly. You can do whatever. Don't expose her to some creep because you know a fucking
can't
creep
pick
can
up a
exist in
strange
bar.
man at home though.
Yeah, you
No,
Can you
stopped
pick
at
up?
a. I know. I appreciate.
I understand.
I'm letting you know why I stopped. You stopped at a yellow light.
Stay home and get drunk where dad can touch you.
When you're going straight, you're in this lane here.
Yeah, no, I totally get it.
Okay.
Literally, I'm just taking my stepdaughter and her girlfriend to the bar.
Okay.
That's just what it is. I went out with a couple friends.
Okay.
I had a couple drinks, so
Okay. All right.
I'm just gonna let you know.
I appreciate it. Do you have an insurance check?
Yep.
You know the English alphabet?
And you incriminated yourself.
Yep.
Just like that.
He does open mouth, inserted foot.
I'm really nervous.
Now, I will say this is representative of most interactions with police, which is why they don't have to beat the shit out of you or put their finger in your ass. It just goes like how we just saw.
Yeah. It's
But
like,
if you
yeah,
challenge
most
the
people-
police,
the
it's
thing
going
is,
down.
In what world do you deal with like the butt finger interactions and say, "Oh, that's just how things are. We did the bare minimum of punishment."
San Francisco.
Fair enough.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. Fair enough. I got to take a griff break. Give me a second. We are 30 minutes before the stream ends. This stream has been extended by Dennison and Ryan, but that 2-hour mark is rapidly approaching. If you would like your own extension, it is $10 for 30 minutes, $15 for an hour, and the Cash App is on stream. Dennison, I have brought you up a police pursuit, and it is 10 minutes, and then we can get back to the other one since you asked specifically for police activity.
Okay. Oh wait, before we do that, Palomino brought up an interesting point. How underage, 20 or 17? Because I do think there is a difference. Are you a non-minor as a whole, except in regards to alcohol, or are you just a minor? You know.
So I just want to make
I get the feel. Here's the thing, Palomino. I feel if she has to drive her stepdaughter, that means she's below 18 or below 16 rather. And that makes it objectively disgusting. I can get it being like an honest, like a really shitty mistake, but still something that has to be dealt with. Because like, and I do ask everyone here, save this for a future stream. I think the age of consent should be 21, but in America, it's 18 right now. If you're between 18 and 21 and you're being driven to a bar, that's just kind of being retarded. If you're 17 and under and you're being driven to a bar, that is significantly more disgusting because you should know better.
It's kind of borderline evil.
That's evil. Not
I
even
agree.
borderline, objectively evil.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, let's get to this video for Dennison.
Let's get to the
Hey,
video.
real quick. Let me just say this. So you guys know that the finger in the ass is to check for drugs. We're all clear on that, right?
That's the excuse they give. I think that guy was just gay.
Even if there are drugs there, and even if he smelt them, there's other ways to check for that than sticking your finger in a guy's ass. Not to mention, sticking the finger isn't even reliable compared to like a body.
If someone
scan.
has drugs up their ass, how are you supposed to check for that?
You take them to the station and use the equipment that scans them.
You don't.
No, you don't. You let it go. You let it go.
In what world
If
is
they're
having
that
drugs up your
determined-
ass? It doesn't matter how stupid you are. In what world is having drugs up your ass a reason to rape somebody?
You don't. If you do a basic search and you don't find the drugs, they search the fuck out of that car. They searched the fuck out of his person. You release them and let them go. It literally said in that video, there is no excuse for it. There is no excuse. There is no justification because it was literally said by his superiors in that video. What he did was illegal and unjustified. So we're moving on.
I'm not arguing for it. All I'm saying is that's the reason why they do it.
Okay, and it's a
That's
really
all I'm saying.
shitty
I'm not
fucking reason.
arguing for it.
Anyone,
What's the reason why they do it?
anyone can come up with a reason. Anyone.
No, but he said I'm saying that's the reason why they do it. What's the reason?
Searching for drugs.
Ah.
Okay.
That's why. No other reason. Unless you're just a homosexual.
Yeah, no, the cop was gay. He fingered that.
I think we can imagine where things led, but even if he wasn't, in what world is that acceptable? But let's watch the video. Let's watch. I do hate that. Like, do excuse me for like. I realize that was kind of provoking you again. Do excuse me for that. I don't want to detract from the stream because we are trying to watch the video. Do feel free to consult me after either here or on the Discord, because I did disrespect you.
I will say though, they could have done a love count on that cop, seen how often he done it.
We'll see.
What state is this?
Imagine if he got put on
This is
probation.
2025, May 29th. In the top right.
This is Ohio.
Ohio, okay.
Imagine if he got put on probation, and every time he got back to the station, he had to have his fingers checked.
Hell, this could have been my brother.
2367.
You know the deal, Frank. Let's see him.
Who's gonna take up the job of spelling his fingers?
Right?
Bring out the sniffer dog.
Frank, this index finger smells straight up like ass. I'm gonna have to tell the chief about this.
But boss, what is
Wow, they're going fast.
Jesus, yeah. Holy shit. Holy shit. I guess it feels slow because we're watching from the perspective of a car on the highway.
Right. But everybody else is doing 60.
This is the difference between 0 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour. It's
Right.
immeasurably fast. That's the same difference as 60 to 80 miles per hour.
I remember where I used to live. There was a traffic accident during rush hour, and a state cop was wanting to get up to it was just a fender bender. He was doing 120 miles an hour on the left-hand shoulder and hit another car head on and killed 2 little girls. Just for fender bender. Needless to say, he lost his job. Got sued.
Pull up. White female driver, black hair, 40s.
Does it say how fast they're going?
Monroe.
No.
Huh. I think it's named after a... I don't recall actually. Stop there.
Damn, boy, that highway is wide open, too.
Yeah.
There's a good chance everyone who saw them flying by just slowed down because they didn't want to get into an accident for that.
Uh-oh. Now there's 2 of them.
They're doing the
there's more
box.
people now.
Yeah, they're going to be doing the box in.
It's 6 p.m. I'm surprised that there's this little activity, but I guess they're going against rush hour.
Light traffic.
We had one of these up where I used to live where 4 semis blocked the highway for the cop.
She made eye contact with us. I think it's gonna be 79. She doesn't seem to care. Really trying to run away. She's just out.
They hauling ass now.
Evening's restroom. I'll be right.
How long is this?
10 minutes, he said.
Well, he must have had to take a break or something.
Whoever's driving that car is not in the business of getting caught. I'll tell you that.
Off the right side of the road. Right on 31. Right.
There it is.
There it goes.
Oh.
Damn.
Yeah.
Hey, fire hydrant.
Fire hydrant.
Fire extinguisher.
Take your time, dude.
No seatbelt.
I smell something.
No seatbelt.
Hey, he's alive. Come out. Get out here. Climb out.
No seatbelt. That bitch broke her neck. He talking about, come on out.
Get the mechanic's glove.
What?
Get the mechanic's glove.
Yeah.
You stay with her. Watch her.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. EMS coming. Why'd you do that?
Yeah, look at all the crap in the car.
Well, it rolled over a few times.
Where?
Do you mind if I check your butthole?
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm gonna need to look inside your asshole. Check for contrabands.
Doesn't matter if your neck is broke.
I can't tell if it's minor laceration or more.
That's from the crash.
Can you hear me? Did you cut your head? Okay, were you wearing your seatbelt? Should be just a cut. She advised she was wearing a seatbelt. She said she's trying to run from people chasing her. People have a GPS on her, I guess.
I see you, nurse.
We're not moving her quite yet. She was wearing a seatbelt downstairs. That's what she said. Good. I think she sideswiped it earlier. It was very minor paint transfer. I think that was from the first time she cut off. I felt something. I wasn't 100% sure.
I don't know if there's any knives in there or not either.
Hey, what?
Knives?
Also, start next available. Signal 5.
Okay, right now I think all
I'm
the
back.
blood is from this laceration.
Oh Jesus, the car flipped over.
She can tell me where she's at and what's happening and everything.
Not a surprise, but
Did
still.
you get gauze?
I don't have any gauze in my. They got rid of them.
There will be containers with alcohol here as well.
You want some gloves? Plastic gloves?
Just
Here.
I don't know if like much touch.
We got
Are you
sterile dressing. I assume there's some sort of wrap. EMS is on the way. We have other stuff too.
What?
We have other stuff too right behind you.
Yeah.
Okay. You say your ER?
I see you.
I see you. I see you.
I'm on my way to work. You guys gonna give me a work note?
Yeah. Sure.
I turn on this. Just to help out.
I'm gonna TC2 roll back. That's fine.
I think Ortho fell asleep.
Someone's typing up a storm.
Yeah, somebody's
Oh,
typing
can you
up.
hear me? My bad.
Oh noes.
All right, there we go. Fucking fascinating. Jesus Christ.
Angry Snowman, are you here?
Orthodox, are you here?
I think he went to go to the bathroom.
After he watched that
That'd be fair.
bunghole video, he got excited.
All right, sure. But yeah. Fucking wild, bro. Someone's typing gay porn over and over. Where in the world is this? Palomino?
Is that a History Channel episode on cashews that I see?
Might be.
Beware of Sasquatch. You see that?
Beware of Sasquatch. Oh shit, that's a Nile Red video. Nile Red would be great stream material, honestly, if only for like a 12 to 2 a.m. just vibing night, you know? He is probably the smartest retard on the planet, to put it concisely. Like, in regards to making objectively stupid decisions, he's a king. But in regards to making those decisions reality, I don't know a single man on earth besides him who could turn latex plastic gloves into grape soda. He's an ingenious chemist. Like, man, you know.
He really like
goddamn
had turned 3 different things into grape soda. That.
All right, so I had to use the restroom. I'm sorry.
That was the case. Okay, yeah.
You
Seeing what was on your recommended after the video finished, and I was in the middle of just like fucking glazing the shit out of Mal Red because he was there.
Oh, I have no idea what was on this recommended.
Yeah, it was something about the making purple gold. Yeah, that was one of his recent, as in a year ago.
Taste.
But yeah, he's fucking wild, man. I feel like he'd be good stream material at like after midnight, if that makes sense. Just because like no one is like intelligent enough at that hour to really discuss politics unless it's discussing real shit with the boys. You know?
True.
But shit like that, it's fun to like watch how crazy he is with some shit. But
you have to be intelligent to talk about politics? Man, I've been fucking it up this whole time.
we got 20 minutes for an extension to come through. We're gonna watch this video. I got it pulled up for us. This Kentucky ballistics video. He shoots a blunderbuss.
Ooh.
You said 20 minutes? It's been 2 hours already?
Yeah. 20 minutes until 4:30 in terms of 4 hours and 30 minutes.
How did I end up like taking 2 hours to watch one booty hole video?
It's because we kept pausing it and talking and debating about it.
He kept pausing, talking,
You
debating.
never
and
see
there's
a whole
apparently-
video over here, Dennis.
When it comes to the cops, a lot of Americans.
Oh, we do. It just
have
takes
something to say, no matter how.
I thought I'd get like 3 to 6 like body cam videos out of an hour.
I guess rape is somehow pretty controversial. Who knows?
I don't believe
Rape,
I've ever
sorry.
seen anything like that. Well, I tell you what, how about you pick it up and I'll get your picture with it.
The fuck is this?
All right, that sounds like a good idea.
Kentucky ballistics.
Is this before or after his
Give me a
accident?
smile. No, I don't smile. Oh, come on.
After.
Give me a big smile.
Dennison, if you would, since you're the man of the hour, if you would rather body cam footage, I'll look for body cam footage.
How long is this?
14 minutes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hell yeah. Change this shit.
Or would you rather me skip it to where he's shooting?
Yeah,
I remember the blunderbuster.
Skip to the shooting, yeah. I know I'm not that
Have
isn't,
a
but
looser stance. Ah.
Look at the size of this cannon.
What is that? It's like an elephant shotgun.
No, it's a blunderbuster.
Shit.
Wow.
A 2-bore size.
Wow.
the blunderbuss is so fucking cool, man. I'd love to
It's a
shoot one of those
miniature
one day.
cannon.
Like,
What does it? Wow.
Okay, little Joe's story here. Everyone who's anti-Second Amendment, just genuinely take them to a shooting range once, and the 2A will enter their body as they feel that kick against their shoulder, bro.
What does it fire?
It fires literally anything. The point is, you can shove nails, fucking pebbles, scrap into it. Because if you're in like the 1600s, you don't know if you'll even have ammo reliably. A blunderbuss, literally just scoop up off the ground or a workbench or whatever, and you can shoot something that will put the other man down.
Truly does kick like a mule.
Yeah. Damn, I'd love to shoot one of those one day.
So true. But we do have an extension period. This is the extension period for the next 20 minutes. The next 17 now. It is $10 for 30 minutes, 15 for an hour.
Your audio is muffled.
This or not, but
It's because I got my fan on. It's hot as fuck.
Should I repeat or should you?
knock over.
Go ahead,
So
you
the
can
fact
repeat.
that we
So, donation of $10 for another 30 minutes on the stream. $15 for an hour, so that's a pretty good
does
discount.
not have a front
How much
sight.
you make your follow?
Smack this thing, knocked it clean
What was that? Can you repeat?
120.
whatever was left of that half-pound.
$120 make you holler.
That way. I will say,
Alright.
this thing
What
is
about Love Me
kicking
Long
very
Time?
hard. Normally, with say
That's
the
about
950
$3.50.
JJ or the 4-bore, I get a nice, healthy breakfast. Here we go.
I love that fucking delay.
Yeah, between the flint and the actual
shot.
Yeah. It's so this is just my speculation. Don't take it as fact, but I think the reason for that is just like, there's going to be a delay between when the flintlock ignites and when the powder ignites. That changes once you get to the bullet, like with bolt actions and whatnot, or breech loadeds, because all of the ignition happens within the cartridge. So there's not going to be any delay.
Correct.
But,
Then you have
when
you have
the
a
ignition starts outside of the gun and then ends at the powder inside of the gun, there's going to be a delay.
You essentially have a line of powder that has to burn down until it gets to the
Yeah.
Exactly.
Basically.
Exactly.
Fuse.
Exactly.
I remember Tom calling you the little horsey. Okay, that's crazy. I just love the way it goes. Ding.
God, I'm just watching this shit and that feels fucking euphoric to shoot, bro. I shot a 50 cal like around 2 years back. I'm never gonna forget the fucking shit it did to my shoulder, bro.
Man, that kicks the
I want to shoot with this guy so bad. If I ever
Doesn't
take
hurt
off
the
and get
next
to be a
day.
if I ever take off and get to be a big streamer, that's like my goal is to shoot with Kentucky Ballistics. He is such a fucking cool, badass dude.
I've never seen this man's content in my life, but oh my god, I get it now.
Well, he had a 50 cal blow up on him. What was it, a couple of years ago? A year ago?
It's like a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I gotta play that story and then we can go back to police videos if somebody extends it.
Well, that was wicked. That was wicked.
10 minutes for 30 minutes of $10 for 30 minutes of extension, $15 for an hour of an extension to the stream, yo. Feel free.
How much time's left?
13 minutes.
Yeah.
Y'all got 13 minutes.
So like he actually tells the story of what happened.
What's up, everybody? My name is Scott, and I'm going to tell you about how my 50 cal exploded, and I almost bit the dust about 2 weeks ago.
Wow. Oh, Jesus.
I know a lot of you are probably wanting me to explain my injuries, and I'm going to do that, but I think it's best we start from the beginning. I know some of you are going to try to skip around in this video. I highly recommend you stay tuned and listen to all of this. But for those who are going to skip around, let me clear something up first. This was not the Barrett that we torture tested, and this was a complete freak accident. There's nothing that I did. So April 9th, 2021, we come out here to shoot a fire hydrant with some slap rounds using my Serbu RN50. So we have the Serbu RN50 with the 36-inch long heavy barrel, and we're going to go ahead and go big or go home and start out with this. This is a 50 BMG slap tracer round. The slap rounds tend to go a little to the right, so I aimed a little to the left, but this one actually hit true to where I was aiming. We hit right here, and you can see that thing is smoking. Damn. Right through the back of this.
Holy shit.
Going pretty smooth. We shot the fire hydrant.
Damn, this was already 4 years ago. Holy shit.
Wow, I didn't know it was. Yeah, I didn't think it was that long ago.
Yeah, time is just slipping ever since the great 2020.
I'm telling you.
I guess this is why.
Several times, but the slap rounds were acting a little funny. One of the slap rounds hit like 1.5 feet low and to the right. I say we hit it with one more slap round, but this time aim for the thickest part of the fire hydrant and see what happens.
Oh, damn.
He got bad ammunition.
The gun was functioning normally, as it always has. I've been using this gun for a long time now, and
the fact that this is like 4 days after it happened and he's just up walking around, this dude's a fucking beast.
Did you see his neck where it ripped open his jugular?
Yeah, he showed it at the beginning of the stream. It's fucking crazy.
He's got that fucking. He's got that. Honestly, I don't get it, but I get it's a base mentality of like, the only injury or any kind of harm that matters is the one that kills you.
his dad literally took his son's hand and stuck his thumb into his neck in order to keep him from bleeding out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, like he literally he couldn't move and he told his dad he walked his dad through what to do and like drove him to the hospital. Like they didn't even wait for the ambulance.
All this happened, we took one last shot and it was actually really, really cool. The round was stuck
I
out
guess
the back
I
of
was
the fire
wrong. He
hydrant.
was in the
It's a
ambulance.
50 BMG silver red tip armor piercing incendiary tracer. So we went through the top of the fire hydrant. Look at that. Oh my gosh. It's just stuck out the back. After that, I decided I was going to take one last shot with a slap
I was
round
impressed.
and try to hit the thickest spot on the fire hydrant. So before I loaded my last slap round, I know that there was no barrel obstruction because I literally found the round in the fire hydrant. But this last round that I loaded into my Serbu RN50 was a very, very hot round, and I had no idea. And there's really no way for me to have ever known that this round was as hot as it was.
Oh, this ain't pretty.
So here you can see me taking the last shell casing out, and now I'm loading in the slap round.
I feel like that's a bad sign if you have to deconstruct your gun.
I screw the cap
retain
on
the
all the
rope.
way.
No, that's just how that that type of weapon.
Particular, yeah.
have to reload.
Oh, okay.
It
I
was
didn't
the
know that.
ammunition that was the problem.
Yeah, if that's how it is, I guess that's fair. But damn. All right, let's continue. My bad.
And the gun closes completely and everything is functioning as normal. And one thing is something someone may mention is maybe I didn't screw the cap on all the way. Well, you can clearly see the cap is screwed on all the way, and this gun actually will not close if the cap is not screwed on all the way. So everything was functioning good on the gun. What I didn't know was the slap round that I put inside it was extra, extra hot, and I had no idea. And there's really no way for me to have ever known. These rounds are extremely rare, and they're very old. They're like $100 a piece. These aren't manufactured anymore, and really there's no way you can really know what's happened to them over time as they've passed hand to hand. I was under the impression that these were genuine military surplus rounds and hadn't been tampered with. So now I'm going to actually show you what happened. It's not graphic. All the graphic stuff happened after the fact, and I'm going to tell you all about that, but I am going to show you what happened just so you can see what happened to me that day.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Oh, shit.
Brother took a fucking 50 cal to the face and chest and is walking around like a god.
Jesus Christ,
They
bro.
just totally
They knocked his
obliterated
fucking
that
pistol
guy.
out of his belt.
I think that was the gun.
So when I
Yeah,
That was the receiver, yeah.
the gun
Oh,
exploded
Oh, it was.
almost immediately. So the first thing that went was this cap. And this cap is solid steel, and it is very, very heavy. If you look right here, the threads are sheared off of this gun completely. I spoke with Mark Serbu, and he said that normal pressures are 55,000 PSI. And for those threads to have sheared off and this cap to have just blown off like that, we're looking at over 85,000 PSI. So the cap blows off. It's kind of hard to put these on because of my little nose brace. I'll explain. But safety glasses are on. And this cap, you can see this little crescent here. This cap hit me right there.
Wow.
I'm not really sure which way, probably more like this,
Holy
but it struck me in the
shit.
face.
He's lucky he's got an
Russ's
eyeball.
has
When this
vindicated,
cap hit me in the face, it broke my orbital bone in 3 spots, here, here, and here. It also broke my nose, and that's why I have this on. I've had to have facial surgery to repair all this. Here's the really bad part, though. On this lower, normally there's these two ears that stick up right here. And this is what prevents you from closing the gun when the cap's not on all the way. If the cap is on all the way, it will fit perfectly right here with those ears pushed up against it. When the cap blew off the gun, it came straight back, shearing those ears off the lower. One of these is still at the hospital, and this is the one we found. This one zipped right past my head, went inside my hat, blew a hole through it,
Wow.
and took it off my head, what appears 7 to 8 feet. Now the other one is what
Ripped a
almost
hole in
ended
his neck. Yep.
The other ear hit me right here in the throat. It
Oh
proceeded to
my
lacerate
fucking God,
my
bro.
jugular vein and then punctured a hole in my right lung. As for my hand, my best guess is this is what did it. In the video, you can see that the stock almost disappears instantly. I believe it came in a downward motion and hit my finger. You have your natural bend in your index finger. Well, this bone right here looked like a V. So my finger looked like a big W. So back to the lacerated jugular. I've now been hit in the throat, and I'm not really sure what happened because when this cap hit me in the face, I went blind in my right eye instantly. I have vision coming back now, and they say my eyes should make a full recovery. But in that moment, I went completely blind in this eye, and it was like I had been punched. And I went backwards, and I landed on all fours. A lot of you wonder who is behind the camera in my videos. This is my dad. His name is also Scott. If he had not been out here with me, that would have been it for me. He come running up and he let me know of my injuries because I was still in a daze. I've just been punched in the face by a big metal cap. And he let me know real quick that there was a hole in my neck and I was losing a lot of blood really fast. My dad shoved his thumb into my neck and said, "Put your thumb there." Now that I'm aware of what's going on, I took my left thumb, I took my shirt, wrapped it in my shirt, and I shoved it as far into my neck as possible. I was not aware that my jugular was lacerated, but I did know this is really bad. I have a law enforcement background, and I've been trained in injuries and wounds and gunshots and things like that. And I know very well that if you get hit in the neck, it's not good because you can't tourniquet a neck. After I had plugged the hole, I applied extreme pressure, pinched my head down into my hand, and made a run for the truck. So the truck here was right near us. There's a trailer attached. I had to run around the front. I jumped in the passenger seat. Dad jumped in, and we took off. And this all happened in a matter of seconds. I would say under a minute. We were in that truck and just hauling tail into town. Something I forgot to mention, this upper weighs like 25 pounds. And you can see in the video that it just gets thrown off the table. So much pressure came out the back of this upper that it launched it off the table. It's an insane amount of energy that was thrown into my body. So now we're driving very fast into town. I am applying constant pressure to my throat, and I'm breathing very slowly, trying to control my heart rate, because the faster your heart rate, the faster you're going to bleed. My dad's driving, so I thought it would be nice of me to call the ambulance. My dad didn't agree with this, but I wanted to do it myself because I wanted to try and stay awake. I needed to be doing something to keep myself conscious. If you have an iPhone, there's this nifty little feature on the side here, and if you hit that button one too many times, you'll call 911. This can be kind of annoying when you're trying to shut off your alarm in the morning, but when there's a lot of bodily fluids on your phone and you can't open it, it comes in really handy. I got on the phone with 911 and I let them know what had happened and that we were coming into town and they were going to send an ambulance to meet us halfway. There were several times where I thought I was going to pass out. And I knew if I passed out that was going to be it, because my dad's driving. If I pass out, who's going to keep applying pressure to my neck to keep me from bleeding out? Times like this, you really need something to focus on. And I focused on my kids. I had their faces in my brain and I just focused on them and I fought as hard as I could. I stayed conscious the entire time. We met the ambulance halfway. They got me loaded up and we took off towards the hospital. And like I said, I know that I was in a bad spot. And I don't know if you know this, but if your jugular is completely severed, you have 30 seconds.
Yep.
I knew that being hit in the throat, I may not have much time, but the closer we got to the hospital, the more my confidence built. And I thought, hey, maybe I'm going to be all right. When I was in the ambulance, I asked them to cut my shirt off because I was having trouble breathing. And I thought maybe I'd been hit in the chest as well. They cut my shirt off. There wasn't anything there. But when I got to the hospital, they x-rayed me and they said my right lung had collapsed because it had filled with blood. And that was from this little guy here puncturing my lung as well. So from there, they had to intubate me while I was wide awake. And I tell you, that is not fun. Take this long metal rod with a point on it and they stick it through your rib cage. And it wasn't fun. After that, I was feeling a little better. I could breathe a little better. And then they wanted me to take my thumb out of my neck. And I was like, we're not taking my thumb out of my neck. You just wrap it up with some tape. It's staying there. But they told me I had to take my thumb out of my neck. So they had a bunch of gauze and packing. And as soon as I pulled it out, they packed my throat. When I pulled my thumb out, that's when I saw my finger. And they said that I audibly said, oh, that's not good because my finger looked like a big W. They informed me after that that they were going to have to life flight me to Vanderbilt Hospital in Nashville, Tennessee. Very, very good hospital with very, very good doctors. Obviously,
not right
I'm
now,
here
bro.
making this video. Big shout out to Vanderbilt Hospital.
Man, I'm
You
squirming
guys are
like
the
fuck
best.
right
So now
now.
they're about to knock me out. And at this moment, I realized that this may be the last time that I see my wife or see my dad, because once they knock you out, that's it. Either they're going to fix you or you're not waking up. My wife had arrived. I called her in there. I held her hand and we had words. And then I called my dad in to pray. And after that, I remember waking up in Vanderbilt Hospital, hooked up to every machine possible. I'm going to throw some pictures in here. So they did a number on me. So you can see this cut here, and this actually goes all the way down to right here. To repair my jugular and my lung, they had to open up my chest completely. They cut me completely open, just like open heart surgery. They told me a guy my size should hold 6 to 8 units of blood, and total from all the blood I lost from the initial injury and the surgeries, they had to give me 5 units. There was also a also a chance that I could have had a stroke. To repair your jugular vein, they have to pinch it off. Well, your jugular vein supplies the oxygenated blood to your brain. So they can only pinch it off for so long. They pinch it off, they repair it. Then after that, when they open it back up, all that blood rushes into your brain and there's a chance you could have a stroke. Praise God, I did not have a stroke as well. As for my hand and my face, they had to do surgery on that as well. I have pins in my finger to hold it in place. And like I said, they had to repair my orbital bone in 3 spots. As you can see, they cut me here and right here. And they also cut inside my mouth.
We're talking about Kentucky Ballistics accident 4 years ago.
All the way back here to the front.
I don't know how this man's alive, man. God fucking bless.
So I had a breathing tube in, but I still wanted to talk. I wanted to know what had happened to me and what was going to happen. Well, my nurse, Cody, shout out to that guy, best nurse ever, brought me a dry erase board so that I could write and ask questions. I wanted to talk to my wife. Well, he would call her for me, and then I would write out what I wanted to say, and he would say it over the phone for me. And then I could sit there and talk to my wife. Also, I really wanted a mellow yellow. I was craving it.
What's up?
You sounded like a robot for a bit there. What you said cut out after you re-highlighted the comments about the nurse.
I said it was very topical. Now that we know the guy's name is Cody.
So bad. When I was finally unhooked from everything, I remember sitting in
Turns
my room
out he used to be a cop.
His head in.
He was just searching for weed.
He recently was let go, and he Went to nursing school.
Like, can you eat and drink now? And I said, yeah. They handed me a Miller Yellow. Coolest nurse ever. So for about 2 days, I had tubes coming out of the front of my chest, one tube coming out of my right side, and one tube coming out from behind my collarbone to drain everything around my lungs. Now, to carry this little vacuum pack with me. They removed those really quick. I'm healing extremely fast. They kicked me out of trauma within a few days. This happened on April 9th, which is a Friday. I went home the following Saturday. There is a lot more to this story when it comes to my injuries and everything that I had to do to overcome them. Long story short, I shouldn't be standing here. I should be 6 foot under. And if it wasn't for God, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. So I know there's one big question that you're all wondering. What's going to happen to Kentucky Ballistics, and am I going to keep making videos? And the answer to that is absolutely. I'm not going to quit doing what I love because of a freak accident. There's nothing that can keep me from continuing on. I love what I do, and I appreciate every single one of you. I am healing at a Wolverine rate. I am healing so fast that really a lot of people have been kind of confused at how fast I'm healing. That's God. He's healing me quick. And I'm going to keep making videos, and I cannot wait to get back out here. I have some videos planned, and I think you're going to like them. It's going to be some really funny stuff. Also, I know there's going to be a good bit of you that want to support me while I'm healing, and I really, really appreciate that. But I don't want to do a GoFundMe or anything like that. If you want to help me out, I want you to get something out of it too. So we got some new shirts.
There you go.
Doctors told me that if it
I
wasn't
do
for this
plan on
thumb,
buying one of these
that I would have
shirts.
died. This thumb saved my life. And my wife came up with this saying. She said, just put a thumb in it. And I thought that was the funniest thing ever. So that's what we're going with. We have Just Put a Thumb in It shirts.
Just put a
I
thumb
think these
in
are
it.
awesome. And if you want to support me, there's a link in the description down below. They're available now.
Oh, you got a
Pick
little
you up
bit of a
shirt
50 cal
and
wound
support
there?
Kentucky
Oh, yeah, just put a thumb in it.
This is not my normal content.
Get some ass
not what you
cancer?
expected me to post this
Just
week.
put a
but
thumb in it.
This is something I felt like I needed to let you know.
You got that
Again,
AIDS?
this is a complete
Got a
freak
little bit of
accident,
AIDS?
and there's no way I would have ever known just how hot that round was until it was too late. So like I said, I'm healing really fast, and I'm going to be back to it as soon as possible. But in the meantime, keep your eyes peeled for some pretty interesting videos I have planned and my update videos. Before I close this video, I just want to say how much I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for making what I do possible. And I know that the majority of you are going to be extremely supportive right now, and I really, really appreciate that. Don't forget, if you want to pick up a shirt, there's a link in the description down below. And as always, my name is Scott. My name is Scott, and you will most definitely see me next time.
Okay, this man is the most based YouTuber to ever live. Maybe that's medical trauma, medical shit like that. You don't just move past it.
Fact. Well, you notice he had to stop that video.
I've had
when he was
over
at the
5
table.
surgeries in my life, and like I say over 5 because a good few people left, huh?
I too have a neck scar from a punctured jugular.
I don't have anything like that. I have a different fucking threatening injury, but you know.
How the hell did you survive?
Because we left the piece of wood that was shoved in my neck in place until we got to the hospital.
Holy shit.
Jesus. All right, gentlemen. It has been wonderful streaming, but no extensions came in during that time, and it has been great. We will be back. We will probably be back tonight. I got to eat dinner, take a shower, and then reach out to some more people. But we are doing a Jackbox stream at least for an hour where we do a game night. It's it's kind of like a trivia game, but not.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
So if I may explain for a bit, Orthodox.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's a cooperative party game. Basically, you know, I imagine the one we'll start off with, which is Cliplash, which is one person buys the set of games, and then it's effectively a party game, like nightly trivia or fucking, if you want to be most crude, spin the bottle. But everyone can participate it via online. You just have to go to jackbox.tv and put in a code, and you can play the specific game that Jackbox has made. Sometimes you get games like Quiplash, which is you're presented with a question prompt and create the funniest response to it, and people
I'm just
vote
going to host it via Discord, by the way.
Yeah, fair. Or you get Survive the Internet, which is, take someone's answer to a question, and it's the funniest way to take it out of context.
And that's the one I definitely want to do because I love Survive the Internet. And
Survive the Internet is so fucking good, man.
If we can get at least 4 people like this, I have a website that lets us play Cards Against Humanity as well. The problem is with game night, you have to be vetted in the Discord, and I have to know that you're going to be responsible and not say off the wall TOS shit. So not everyone can participate in stuff like Cards Against Humanity. That's why I'm specifically doing Jack in the Box, because the audience, if they get the code, they can join, and we have 10 slots available.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So with stuff like Cards Against Humanity and the tabletop stuff. Now, when we do usually, which is going to be the Hump Day, the Wednesday game, it's probably going to be stuff like Call of Duty, it's stuff like that, where it's going to be held in the Discord for my convenience. But and that way I can stream and have a better quality gaming feed. But when we do gaming stuff on Wednesday is typically when it's usually going to be as much audience engagement as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And the Saturday is probably going to be strictly tabletop for our D&D campaigns whenever we do a one shot. So, but I mean, we can always do multiplayer games if we don't have a D&D campaign set up on the game night on Saturday. But I do want to have like a specific big party thing on Saturday. But we will. Okay. I don't know what the horsey guy is talking about, but okay. We will definitely be back either tomorrow or tonight. Tonight should be, because I have it scheduled. But if I can't get 4 people to come on panel, we'll have to just reschedule that. Yeah. But tonight we're scheduled for game night.
Yeah. Consider me scheduled for that, honestly. I don't think I got much hanging on or going on tonight. So, yeah.
Awesome.
That just means 2 more people to look on to.
I will see you guys later tonight. I'm going to go eat dinner and take a shower. Thank you all for joining.
Thanks for coming, everyone, on the stream. And also, have a good night, y'all. Thanks for having me as well, Orthodox.
No problem. Thank you guys for being here.
And Tropicana gets its roof torn off, Tropicana Stadium that the Tampa Bay Rays play in.